Hello, my friends. I hope you're all doing well. Before we start today's video, I'd really appreciate your support. Let's try to reach 1,000 likes and 1,000 comments. The channel is going through a difficult time at the moment, and your likes, comments, and support truly mean the world to me. Thank you so much for being here. Now let's get into today's story. This is my true account of the events that happened to me in 2015. I was 32 years old, working as a mechanic in the small town of Millfield, Oregon. What follows is exactly as I remember it, though sometimes I wish I could forget. My name is Horace Villalobos, and this happened to me in 2015. I was a pretty ordinary guy, working as a mechanic in a small town in Oregon. My life was mostly uneventful, which was how I liked it. I had my routine, work, a few beers with friends at the local bar, and then home to my dog, Chester. I wasn't looking for excitement, and I sure wasn't expecting what came my way. The story starts on a Wednesday. I remember because my boss, Leo, always joked about it being hump day, trying to get us to push through to the weekend. That day was hot, unusually so for early October, and the garage was sweltering. The ancient ceiling fan did nothing but push the thick air around in lazy circles. We had a steady stream of customers, mostly regulars who trusted us with their cars. I was under an old Chevy, hands greasy, cursing at a stubborn bolt that seemed welded in place by years of neglect and Oregon rain, when the bell over the door chimed. The sound cut through the radio's static-filled country music and Earl's muttered complaints about part suppliers. I slid out from under the car on the creeper, wiping my hands on a rag that had seen better decades. There was a guy standing there in the doorway, and something about him made the hair on my neck stand up. He was tall and gaunt, maybe 40, with hollow cheeks that suggested he hadn't been eating regularly. His eyes darted around the garage like a trapped animal looking for an escape route. He had on a faded black hoodie despite the heat, which should have been my first warning. But you see all kinds in this job. People who dress for comfort over common sense, people with something to hide, people just passing through town with their own stories. So I didn't think much of it at first. "Help you?" I asked, standing and stretching the kinks from my back. He looked around nervously before speaking, his voice rough like he hadn't used it much lately. "Yeah, my car's acting up. Keeps stalling out on me." "All right, bring it in and we'll take a look," I said, nodding toward the garage entrance. He went out, and a minute later drove in a beat-up old station wagon that looked like it had survived the apocalypse. The thing was more rust than metal, with duct tape holding the rear window together, and a front bumper that hung at an odd angle. As he got out, I noticed a tattoo on his neck, a strange symbol I'd never seen before. It looked like a circle with twisted lines radiating outward, almost like a dark sun. Something about it made me uneasy, but tattoos are common enough, right? I got to work on his car, trying to diagnose the problem while he paced around the garage like a caged predator. He was jittery, constantly checking his phone and glancing toward the windows. My buddy Earl noticed too, and shot me a questioning glance from across the shop. I just shrugged, but I kept one eye on the stranger while I worked. The guy's restlessness was contagious. Every few minutes he'd stop pacing and stare at me with an intensity that made my skin crawl. It wasn't just curiosity. It was like he was studying me, memorizing my face for some purpose I couldn't fathom. After about an hour of detective work, I found the issue. A faulty fuel pump, probably original to the car and long overdue for replacement. I wiped my hands and approached him where he stood smoking by the open bay door. "Found your problem," I said. "It's the fuel pump. We can fix it, but it'll take a couple hours." He looked irritated, crushing his cigarette under a worn boot heel. "How much?" I quoted him the price, expecting him to haggle or complain. Instead, he just nodded. "I'll wait," he muttered, settling into the plastic chair in the corner we kept for customers. Earl and I went back to work, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The stranger, he'd introduced himself as Blake when I asked for a name for the work order, kept fidgeting. At one point, I caught him staring at me with a look I couldn't quite decipher. It was almost like he recognized me, but I knew we'd never met. His face wasn't one I'd forget. The afternoon dragged on with unusual slowness. Even the familiar sounds of the garage, the hiss of the pneumatic tools, the radio crackling between stations, Earl's occasional curse when something didn't cooperate, seemed muted and distant. Blake's presence cast a shadow over everything, though I couldn't explain why. By late afternoon, we had his car running again. The new fuel pump hummed quietly, and the engine had that smooth idle that comes with proper maintenance. I handed him the bill, and he paid in cash without counting it. Mostly 20s and 10s, the kind of crumpled bills that suggested they'd been carried in pockets for too long. As he was leaving, tucking the receipt into his wallet, he stopped at the door and looked back at me. The late afternoon sun streaming through the windows cast his face in harsh shadows, making his hollow cheeks even more pronounced. "Thanks," he said, then paused. His next words hit me like a physical blow. "You're Villalobos, right? Horace Villalobos?" I felt a chill run down my spine despite the garage's stifling heat. "Yeah, that's me," I replied cautiously, straightening up. "Why?" He nodded slowly, a grim smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "I knew your dad." That was a punch to the gut that left me breathless. My dad had disappeared when I was 12, leaving behind nothing but questions and a hole in our family that never healed. He just vanished one day, went to work at the lumber mill, and never came home. The police investigation had gone nowhere. No body, no note, no explanation, just gone, like he'd stepped off the edge of the world. I stepped closer to Blake, my voice dropping to barely above a whisper. "What do you know about my dad?" Blake's smile widened, but there was no warmth in it. "Ask around," he said cryptically, then turned and walked out into the fading daylight. I watched him drive away, his station wagon's engine running smooth as silk now, but my hands were shaking. 20 years of wondering, of trying not to think about the man who'd taught me to throw a baseball and change a tire, and suddenly this stranger appears with knowledge I'd given up hope of ever finding. That night I couldn't sleep. Chester, my loyal German shepherd, lay at my feet sensing my unease. He kept lifting his head, ears pricked, as if he could hear the turmoil in my mind. I kept replaying the conversation with Blake, wondering what he knew, and why he'd waited until he was walking out the door to drop that bombshell. The house felt too quiet, too empty. Every creak of the settling wood made me tense. Outside, the wind moved through the Douglas firs that surrounded my small property, creating sounds that seemed almost like whispers. I found myself thinking about my father, remembering the last morning I'd seen him, the way he'd ruffled my hair and promised to help me with my homework that evening, a promise he'd never get to keep. Blake's words echoed in my head. Ask around. But ask who? And about what? My father's disappearance had been the town's mystery for exactly 1 week 20 years ago. Then it had faded into the background noise of small-town life. People moved on. They had to. But now, lying in my childhood bedroom in the house my mother had left me when she passed 5 years ago, I realized I'd never really moved on. I'd just buried the questions so deep I'd forgotten they were there. As the hours crawled by and dawn approached, I made a decision. I was going to find out what Blake knew about my father, no matter where it led me. I had no idea that decision would drag me into a nightmare that would make my father's disappearance seem like the least of my worries. The morning light filtering through my curtains couldn't chase away the shadows that Blake's words had awakened. Something dark was stirring in Millfield, and I was about to discover that some mysteries are better left buried. The next day at the garage, I was distracted. Every customer who walked through the door made me look up hopefully, thinking it might be Blake returning with more answers, but he didn't show. Earl noticed my restlessness and finally cornered me during our lunch break. "What's eating you, Horace? You've been jumpy as a cat all morning." I told him about Blake and what he'd said about my dad. Earl, being the conspiracy theorist he was, leaned forward with interest, his sandwich forgotten. "That's weird, man. Real weird. You think this Blake character knows something about what happened to your old man?" "I don't know what to think," I admitted, but he seemed to know who I was, called me by name. Earl rubbed his beard thoughtfully. "You know what we should do? We should go to the Rusty Nail tonight. Your dad used to hang out there, right? Maybe Rick remembers something." The Rusty Nail was a dive bar on the edge of town, the kind of place where the beer was cheap and the conversations were cheaper. My dad had spent more evenings there than my mother appreciated, nursing a beer and playing pool with whoever was around. It wasn't a lead exactly, but it was somewhere to start. That evening, Earl and I headed to the bar as the sun was setting behind the mountains. The Rusty Nail hadn't changed much since my dad's days. Same flickering neon sign, same wooden door scarred by years of opening and closing, same smell of stale beer and cigarettes that hit you the moment you walked in. We sat at the bar and ordered beers from Rick, the bartender who'd been there since before I was born. Rick was a weathered man in his 60s, with gray hair and arms covered in faded tattoos from his Navy days. He'd seen every kind of trouble the human condition could produce, and very little surprised him anymore. "Hey, Rick," I said after we'd settled in. "You remember my dad, Joe Villebo?" Rick's face softened slightly. "Yeah, I remember Joe. Good man. Quiet, mostly. What's this about, Horace?" I explained the encounter with Blake, watching Rick's expression carefully. When I mentioned Blake's name, something flickered across the bartender's face. Recognition, maybe, or concern. "Blake," Huh? Rick said, his voice dropping. That guy's bad news, Horace. Seen him around town lately, but he's trouble. As for your dad, well... He paused, wiping the bar with a rag in slow, deliberate circles. There's some things folks around here don't like to talk about. Earl leaned forward. Like what? Rick sighed, glancing around to make sure no one else was listening. The bar was nearly empty. Just us, an old-timer playing the lottery machine, and a couple in the corner booth who were too wrapped up in each other to pay attention to anyone else. Joe got mixed up with some people before he disappeared, Rick said quietly. Weird folks, real secretive. They had meetings, called themselves some kind of religious group, but it didn't feel right, you know? Had this symbol they all wore. My blood went cold. What kind of symbol? Rick made a vague gesture with his hand. Like a sun, but twisted. Dark-looking. Made me uncomfortable just seeing it. The same symbol I'd seen tattooed on Blake's neck. The pieces were starting to form a picture, but it was a picture I didn't like. What happened to them? I asked, my heart pounding. They left town around the same time Joe vanished, Rick said. Nobody's seen or heard from them since. Good riddance, if you ask me. But Horace, he leaned closer, his voice barely above a whisper. If this Blake character is connected to them, you need to be careful. Real careful. Earl and I exchanged glances. This was getting deeper than I'd expected, and a lot more dangerous. Do you remember anything else about this group? I pressed. Rick thought for a moment, his brow furrowed. They called themselves something fancy. The Order of something Dawn, Scarlet Dawn, maybe. They rented that old Henderson farm outside town for a while. Place has been empty for years, but there were lights out there at night sometimes. Strange lights. We finished our beers in relative silence, each lost in our own thoughts. When we left the bar, the night air felt colder than it should have for October, and I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. Over the next few days, I couldn't focus on anything else. I started digging into old records at the library, looking for any mention of the Order of the Scarlet Dawn. It wasn't easy. Small-town newspapers don't keep the best archives, but I found bits and pieces. A brief mention in the police blotter about noise complaints at the Henderson farm. A letter to the editor from a concerned citizen about unusual activities on the outskirts of town. A classified ad seeking spiritual seekers ready for transformation. Nothing concrete, but enough to paint a picture of a group that had operated in the shadows. The librarian, Mrs. Patterson, remembered them too. She was a thin woman in her 70s who'd worked at the library for 40 years and had a memory like a steel trap. Oh yes, I remember that group, she said when I asked. They came in sometimes, looking for books on unusual subjects. Ancient religions, mysticism, things like that. Made me uncomfortable, the way they looked at people, like they were sizing you up for something. Do you remember their leader? A man named Cyrus. Tall, thin, with these intense eyes. Spoke very softly, but when he talked, people listened. Had a way about him, like he could see right through you. She shuddered slightly. I was glad when they left town. That evening I was at home researching what I could find online about cults and missing persons when Chester started barking furiously at the front door. His bark was different than usual, urgent, almost frantic. I grabbed the wrench I kept by the door and looked through the peephole. Blake stood on my porch, looking even more haggard than before. His clothes were rumpled, and he kept glancing over his shoulder, as if expecting someone to follow him out of the darkness. I opened the door cautiously, keeping the wrench ready. What do you want? I need to talk to you, Blake said, his voice tight with fear. It's about your dad, about what really happened to him. Against my better judgment, I let him in. Chester continued to growl low in his throat, not taking his eyes off Blake as we sat at my kitchen table. The house felt smaller with Blake in it, as if his presence had somehow compressed the walls. Your dad, Blake began, his hands shaking slightly. He was involved with the Order. They took him, used him for one of their rituals. I managed to get out, but they're still out there, still looking for more people, more sacrifices. My blood ran cold. Sacrifices? What do you mean? Blake's eyes darted to the windows, as if expecting faces to appear in the glass. They believe in this ancient power, something dark. They think sacrificing people gives them control over it, makes them stronger. Your dad, he was one of their victims. They killed him, Horace. And now that you're asking questions, they'll come for you too. The words hit me like a physical blow. 20 years of wondering, and now I knew. My father hadn't left us. He'd been murdered by a cult of fanatics who thought his death would give them power. Why are you telling me this now? I managed to ask. Blake looked desperate, haunted. Because they're after me. I've been running for months, but they found me again. And now that you're digging into the past, they know you're a threat. We need to stop them, Horace. We need to finish what your father started." "What do you mean, what my father started?" "He was trying to expose them, to stop them. That's why they killed him. But he hid something first. Evidence that could bring them down. I know where it is." I stared at Blake, trying to process what he was telling me. Everything I thought I knew about my father's disappearance was wrong. He hadn't abandoned us. He'd died trying to protect people from monsters. "Where?" I asked. "The old Henderson farm. They're using it again, Horace. The Order of the Scarlet Dawn is back." As Blake's words sank in, I realized my quiet life in Millfield was over. My father's ghost had returned to claim me, and I was about to walk into the same darkness that had swallowed him 20 years ago. But I had to know the truth. I had to finish what he'd started, even if it killed me. The next few days passed in a haze of planning and dread. Blake and I met twice more, always in different locations, always watching for signs we were being followed. He told me more about the Order, how they recruited vulnerable people with promises of spiritual enlightenment, how they slowly isolated their members from the outside world, and how they used fear and manipulation to maintain control. "They target people who are lost," Blake explained during one of our clandestine meetings at a diner 20 miles outside town. "People who've lost someone they love, people who feel like failures, people who are looking for meaning. They offer hope, purpose, belonging. By the time you realize what they really are, it's too late." "How did you get out?" Blake's face darkened. "I saw what they did to your father. I was supposed to help with the ritual, but when I saw..." He shuddered. "I couldn't do it. I ran that night and never looked back. Been running ever since." According to Blake, the Order had returned to the Henderson farm 6 months ago. They were smaller now, maybe a dozen core members, but they were planning something big. A final ritual that would supposedly give their leader, Cyrus, permanent control over the dark forces they worshipped. "We have to stop them," Blake insisted. "If they succeed, they'll have the power to do whatever they want. Your father's death will have been for nothing." I wanted to go to the police, but Blake shook his head. "They won't believe us. No evidence, no bodies they can find. They'll think we're crazy. And besides," he lowered his voice, "Suris has people everywhere. The Order has been recruiting for 20 years. Some of them might be cops. So we planned to go to the farm ourselves, to find the evidence my father had supposedly hidden, and stop whatever the Order was planning. It was insane, reckless, and probably suicidal. But I couldn't let my father's sacrifice be meaningless. We decided to approach the farm on Saturday night. Blake had been watching their patterns. They held their main gatherings on Saturday evenings, when most of the town was settling in for the night and fewer people would notice unusual activity. Saturday came too quickly. Earl offered to come with us, but I refused. This was about my father, my responsibility. I wouldn't drag my friend into danger. As darkness fell, Blake and I drove separately to a point about 2 miles from the Henderson farm. We parked our cars hidden in a grove of trees and continued on foot, armed with flashlights, my toolbox, and what little courage we could muster. The Henderson farm sat in a valley surrounded by dense woods. The main house was a 2-story colonial that had seen better decades, its white paint now gray with age and neglect. Several outbuildings dotted the property, a barn, the equipment shed, and what looked like a newer structure that hadn't been there in my father's time. We approached carefully, staying in the tree line. Lights were on in the main house, and I could see figures moving around inside. Cars were parked in what used to be the front yard, maybe 8 or 10 of them, all dark-colored and unremarkable. "There," Blake whispered, pointing to the barn. "That's where they keep the evidence. Your father hid something in there before they caught him." We crept closer, using the shadows cast by the moon to conceal our movement. The barn was dark and appeared to be empty. Blake produced a set of lockpicks from his pocket, a skill from his days with the Order, he explained, and within minutes we were inside. The barn smelled of age and decay. Hay bales were stacked along the walls, and old farm equipment rusted in the corners. But there were newer additions too. Symbols painted on the walls in what looked like dried blood. Strange geometric patterns that hurt to look at directly. "Over here," Blake whispered, leading me to a section of the wooden floor that looked different from the rest. "Help me move these boards." We pried up several floorboards, revealing a small cavity underneath. Inside was a metal box, about the size of a shoebox. Blake lifted it out carefully, his hands shaking. "This is it," he said. "This is what your father died protecting." Inside the box were photographs, dozens of them, showing the Order's rituals in horrific detail. Pictures of altars stained with blood, of people bound and terrified. of Cyrus himself performing ceremonies that defied description. And there were documents too, lists of members, financial records, and a journal written in my father's handwriting. I opened the journal with trembling hands and read by flashlight. My father's words painted a picture of a good man who'd stumbled into something evil and tried to stop it. He'd infiltrated the order, gathered evidence, and planned to take it to the FBI. But they'd discovered his true purpose before he could escape. "We have to get this to the authorities," I said, but Blake grabbed my arm. "Listen," he whispered. From outside came the sound of chanting, low voices rising and falling in unison. Through the barn's dirty windows, I could see lights moving across the farmyard, torches or candles carried by robed figures. "They're starting the ritual," Blake said, his face pale in the flashlight's glow. "We need to go, now." But as we moved toward the barn door, it swung open. 3 figures in dark robes stood silhouetted against the night sky, their faces hidden by hoods. I couldn't see their features, but I could feel their malevolent presence like a physical weight. "Blake," one of them said in a voice like grinding stone, "you shouldn't have come back." Blake stepped protectively in front of me. "Run, Horace. Take the box and run." But more robed figures appeared at the barn's other entrance. We were surrounded. "Horace Villalobos," the lead figure continued, pushing back his hood to reveal a gaunt face with burning eyes. This had to be Cyrus. He looked exactly as Mrs. Patterson had described him, but 20 years older and far more terrible. "The son of Joseph. How fitting that you should join us on this most sacred night." "What do you want?" I managed to ask, clutching the metal box against my chest. Cyrus smiled, but it was the smile of a predator. "Why? To complete what we started 20 years ago, of course. Your father interfered with our work, but his sacrifice wasn't wasted. His death gave us power, and now yours will give us even more." The other cultists began to close in. Blake pulled a knife from his jacket. Winnety armed himself and held it ready. "I won't let you hurt him," Blake said. "You won't be able to stop us," Cyrus replied. "You're outnumbered, outmatched. Your little rebellion ends tonight." What happened next was chaos. Blake lunged at the nearest cultist, his knife flashing in the dim light. I ran for the side wall of the barn, hoping to break through the old wood, but more robed figures poured in from outside. A hand grabbed my shoulder, spinning me around. I swung my flashlight like a club, connecting with someone's head. The impact sent vibrations up my arm, and my attacker staggered backward. "The box!" Blake shouted. "Don't let them have the box!" I held onto it desperately as hands reached for me from all directions. In the confusion, I saw Blake struggling with 2 cultists, his knife red with blood. Then something hard hit me in the back of the head, and the world exploded into stars. When the ringing in my ears cleared, I was on my knees in the farmyard, surrounded by the entire order. They'd formed a circle around Blake and me, their torches casting dancing shadows on the ground. At the center of the circle stood Cyrus, now wearing elaborate robes covered in the same twisted sun symbol I'd seen on Blake's neck. 20 years, Cyrus said, his voice carrying clearly in the night air. 20 years since Joseph Villalobos tried to stop us. 20 years since his death gave us the power to grow, to spread our influence, to prepare for this moment. The metal box lay at his feet, its contents scattered in the dirt. All of my father's work, all the evidence he'd died to preserve, was now in the hands of the very people he'd tried to stop. "But tonight," Cyrus continued, "we complete the cycle. Tonight we sacrifice the son as we sacrifice the father, and the power we gain will be enough to open the final door." I looked around desperately, searching for any means of escape, but the cultists stood shoulder to shoulder, their faces hidden by hoods, their attention focused entirely on Cyrus and his terrible promises. Blake caught my eye and mouthed a single word: "Run." Then he threw himself at Cyrus, tackling the cult leader to the ground. The circle broke as cultists rushed to help their leader, and in the confusion, I saw my chance. I ran into the darkness, branches whipping at my face as I crashed through the woods. Behind me I could hear shouting, the sound of pursuit, but I knew these woods better than they did. I'd hunted here as a boy with my father, before everything went wrong. I made it to my car and drove away as fast as I dared, my hands shaking on the steering wheel. In my rearview mirror I could see the glow of the torches at the Henderson farm, like a wound in the night sky. Blake had saved my life, but I'd left him to die with those monsters. And somewhere in those dark woods, the Order of the Scarlet Dawn was still conducting their terrible rituals, still planning whatever apocalyptic finale Cyrus had in mind. My father's ghost wasn't finished with me yet. The nightmare was just beginning. I drove aimlessly for hours, my mind reeling from what I'd witnessed. Every set of headlights in my rearview mirror made me think I was being followed. Every shadow seemed to hide robed figures waiting to drag me back to that farmyard of horrors. Eventually, I found myself parked outside the police station in town. I sat there for nearly an hour, clutching the steering wheel, trying to decide what to do. Blake had been right. Who would believe this story? A cult, ritual sacrifice, ancient powers. I'd sound like a madman, but I had to try. Chief Morrison had been a friend of my father's, and he listened patiently as I told him everything. His expression grew more skeptical with each detail, but he took notes and asked questions. When I finished, he leaned back in his chair and studied me with tired eyes. "Horace, I've known you since you were knee-high to a grasshopper. You're not the type to make up stories, but what you're telling me," he shook his head, "it sounds like something out of a horror movie." "I know how it sounds, Chief, but you can check the Henderson farm. There's evidence there, ritual sites, probably Blake's body by now." Morrison sighed. "All right, I'll send a couple of officers out there in the morning. But Horace, if this is some kind of prank, or if you're having some kind of breakdown..." "It's not," I said firmly. "My father was murdered by these people, and they tried to kill me tonight." The chief promised to investigate, but I could see in his eyes that he thought I was losing my grip on reality. I left the station feeling more alone than ever. I spent what remained of the night at a motel on the other side of town, too paranoid to go home. Chester whined and paced in the small room, sensing my distress. Neither of us slept much. The next morning, Chief Morrison called with news that chilled me to the bone. "We checked the Henderson farm, Horace. It's empty. Has been for months by the look of it. No signs of recent activity. No evidence of any gathering last night. Nothing." "That's impossible. I was there. I saw them." "I believe you think you saw them," Morrison said gently. "But son, there's nothing there. Maybe you should talk to someone, get some help dealing with your father's disappearance. It's never too late to process grief." They thought I was crazy. The order had cleaned up their traces, probably moved to another location, and now I looked like a man who'd invented an elaborate delusion to cope with childhood trauma. But they'd made one mistake. They'd left Blake alive. I found him that afternoon, beaten and bloody, hiding in an abandoned storage unit on the outskirts of town. He was barely conscious when I discovered him, and it took several minutes to convince him I wasn't another cultist coming to finish the job. "They're gone," he whispered through split lips. "Pulled up stakes and left before dawn. But they'll be back, Horace. They're not finished with us." I helped him to my car and drove him to a clinic in the next town over, where a tired doctor stitched his wounds without asking too many questions. Blake had taken a severe beating, but he was alive. "Why didn't they kill you?" I asked as we sat in the clinic's parking lot afterward. "They tried, but something interrupted them. Car coming down the road, maybe. Or they heard sirens in the distance. Had to scatter fast. Left me for dead." He touched his bandaged face gingerly. "Joke's on them. I'm harder to kill than I look." Over the next few days, Blake recovered enough to tell me what he'd learned during his captivity. The order hadn't given up. They'd simply moved their operation to a backup location, and their final ritual was still planned for the coming weekend, on the night of the new moon. "There's something else," Blake said, his voice heavy with dread. "Cyrus knows about your mother." My blood turned to ice. "What about my mother?" "She didn't die of cancer, Horace. They poisoned her. Slowly, over months, making it look like a natural illness. It was revenge for what your father did, and a way to isolate you, make you vulnerable." The world seemed to tilt sideways. My mother, who'd raised me alone after my father disappeared, who'd fought so bravely against what we thought was cancer, had actually been murdered. Murdered by the same monsters who'd killed my father. "Where are they now?" I asked, my voice barely controlled. "There's an old mine shaft about 30 miles north of here. Abandoned silver mine from the 1800s. They've been preparing the site for weeks, carving symbols into the rock, setting up their altar. Saturday night, they're going to try to open what they call the Scarlet Door." "What's the Scarlet Door?" Blake's face was pale. "According to their beliefs, it's a passage to the realm of their dark god. If they succeed in opening it, they'll have power beyond imagination. And the first thing they'll do is come after everyone who opposed them. You, me, anyone who knows their secrets." I thought about Chief Morrison, who'd dismissed my story. About Earl, who'd wanted to help. About Mrs. Patterson at the library, who'd given me information about the order. They were all in danger because of me. "We have to stop them," I said. "There are only 2 of us, and at least a dozen of them. Plus whatever Cyrus might summon if the ritual actually works. Then we make sure it doesn't work." Blake studied my face for a long moment, then nodded slowly. "All right, but we do this smart. We don't try to be heroes. We sabotage their ritual and get out alive. Deal? Deal. We spent the rest of the week planning. Blake knew their routines, their security measures, their weaknesses. The mine was in a remote area with only one access road, which would make escape difficult but also meant they wouldn't have lookouts posted far from the site. Saturday arrived gray and overcast, with heavy clouds that promised rain. As evening approached, Blake and I drove to within a mile of the mine, then hiked through the forest to reach the entrance. The old mine shaft had been transformed into something from a nightmare. Torches lined the entrance, and carved symbols covered every available surface. The twisted sun symbol of the order was repeated hundreds of times, etched into the rock with obsessive precision. We could hear chanting echoing from deep within the mine, the same rhythmic voices I'd heard at the farm, but louder now, more urgent. The ritual had begun. "The altar will be at the bottom of the main shaft," Blake whispered. "That's where they'll try to open the door. If we can disrupt the ceremony, cause enough chaos, maybe we can stop them." We crept into the mine, following the sound of voices deeper into the earth. The air grew colder as we descended, and our flashlights revealed more symbols carved into the walls, some of them seeming to pulse with their own malevolent life. The main chamber opened before us, like a vision of hell. The order had assembled around a stone altar that looked ancient beyond measure. Cyrus stood at its center, his arms raised toward a section of the cavern wall where the symbols were carved deepest. The wall itself seemed to be shifting, as if reality was becoming fluid. But what froze my blood was the figure bound to the altar. It was Earl. My friend lay unconscious on the stone slab, his wrists and ankles secured with rope. He must have come looking for me when I didn't show up for work, and somehow the order had captured him. "They need a sacrifice to complete the ritual," Blake breathed in my ear. "Someone connected to you, to your father's bloodline." Cyrus raised a curved knife above Earl's chest, and I saw the scarlet door beginning to form in the wall. A crack in reality itself, through which something vast and terrible was trying to push through. I couldn't let Earl die. I couldn't let these monsters succeed. I grabbed a loose rock and hurled it at Cyrus, shouting at the top of my lungs. The stone struck him in the shoulder, spinning him around and sending the knife clattering across the cavern floor. Chaos erupted. The cultists turned toward us, their chanting broken, and the forming door in the wall began to waver and fade. Blake and I fought our way toward the altar, desperate to reach Earl before the order could regroup. But Cyrus was faster than I'd expected. Even wounded, he moved with inhuman speed, snatching up the fallen knife and turning back toward Earl. "You're too late," he screamed. "The door is already opening. Your friend's death will complete what your father tried to stop." The knife plunged downward toward Earl's chest, but I tackled Cyrus at the last second, sending us both crashing to the cavern floor. We wrestled for the weapon, rolling across the uneven stone as cultists tried to reach us. Blake was fighting desperately against three robed figures, his face streaming blood from a fresh wound. Earl was stirring on the altar, beginning to regain consciousness but still bound and helpless. I managed to get my hands on the knife, driving it upward into Cyrus's chest. His eyes went wide with shock and pain, but also with something like triumph. "It doesn't matter," he gasped. "The door is already open." He collapsed, but his words proved true. The crack in the cavern wall had stabilized, and through it I could see something that defied description. A realm of endless darkness where things that had never been human moved with malevolent intelligence. The surviving cultists fell to their knees, some weeping, others laughing with mad joy. Their leader was dead, but his final ritual had succeeded. Something began to push through the scarlet door, a tendril of living shadow that reached into our world with hungry intent. Where it touched the cavern walls, the stone withered and cracked. "We have to get out of here," Blake shouted, cutting Earl's bonds with swift strokes of his knife. "The whole place is going to collapse." Earl was weak but mobile, and the three of us ran for the mine entrance as the cavern began to shake apart behind us. The thing from beyond the door was still emerging, its alien presence too much for our reality to contain. We burst out of the mine just as the entrance collapsed in a roar of falling stone, but I could still feel the presence of the thing we'd released, spreading outward like an infection, seeking new ways to enter our world. Blake looked at the sealed mine shaft, then at me. "It's not over, is it?" "No," I said, thinking of the shadow I'd seen reaching through the door, and the way the cultists had smiled even as their leader died. "I don't think it ever will be." 6 months have passed since that night at the mine, and I wish I could say everything returned to normal. But nothing about my life has been normal since Blake first walked into the garage with his cryptic knowledge about my father. The official story was simple enough. An old mine shaft had collapsed due to structural instability, probably triggered by recent rains. Chief Morrison mentioned it briefly in the local paper, noting that the site had been marked as dangerous and would be permanently sealed. No mention of cults or rituals or things that shouldn't exist. Blake disappeared 3 days after our escape from the mine. I came home from work to find a note on my kitchen table. They're still out there and they know we stopped the ritual. I'm going underground for a while. Watch yourself, Horace. This isn't finished. He was right, of course. The Order of the Scarlet Dawn might have lost their leader, but their surviving members had scattered rather than disbanded. And something had come through that door in the mine, something that hadn't died when the tunnel collapsed. I started seeing the signs almost immediately. Animals in the area began acting strangely, either becoming aggressive or simply disappearing. Plants near the sealed mine entrance withered and died despite the spring rains. And sometimes, late at night, I could feel something watching me from the darkness beyond my windows. Earl recovered from his ordeal physically, but the experience had marked him. He'd seen things in that cavern that he couldn't explain or forget. We didn't talk much about that night. What was there to say? We'd witnessed something beyond human understanding, and we were both struggling to live with that knowledge. You ever think about leaving town? Earl asked me one day while we were working on a transmission rebuild. Every day, I admitted, but where would I go? And what about Chester? This is his home too. Chester had become increasingly protective since the night at the mine. He slept across my bedroom doorway now, positioning himself between me and any potential threat. Dogs sense things humans miss, and Chester clearly sensed that our troubles weren't over. The first clear sign that Blake had been right came about a month after the mine collapse. I was closing up the garage late one evening when I noticed a man standing across the street, just outside the pool of light cast by the street lamp. He was wearing a dark coat and hat, and something about his posture seemed familiar. When I looked again, he was gone. It happened several more times over the following weeks. Glimpses of figures watching me from a distance, always disappearing when I tried to get a better look. Someone was keeping tabs on me, and I had a pretty good idea who. The remaining cultists hadn't forgotten that Earl and I had destroyed their leader and disrupted their ritual. We were unfinished business, loose ends that needed to be tied up. I bought a gun, a .38 revolver that I kept in the drawer of my bedside table. I'd never owned a firearm before, but the events at the mine had convinced me that there were worse things in the world than bullets could handle. But bullets were still better than nothing. The harassment escalated gradually. My mail was tampered with, my truck's tires were slashed twice. Someone broke into the garage one night but didn't steal anything. They just rearranged tools and left symbols carved into my workbench. The same twisted sun that had marked the order, but smaller now, more subtle. A reminder that they were still out there. Chief Morrison took my complaint seriously this time. The mine collapse had left him more open to the possibility that dangerous people were operating in the area, even if he didn't accept my explanation of what we'd really faced that night. I've got patrol cars driving by your place more often, he told me during one of our meetings, and I've reached out to the FBI about possible cult activity in the region. Whatever's happening, Horace, we're not going to let them intimidate you. But the federal agents who came to interview me were skeptical of my story, especially the parts about ritual sacrifice and supernatural phenomena. They took notes, promised to investigate, and left town after 2 days with nothing to show for their efforts. The real turning point came on a rainy night in October, almost exactly a year after Blake had first appeared in my garage. I was home alone, reading in my living room while Chester dozed at my feet, when the lights went out. Power outages weren't uncommon during autumn storms, but this felt different. The darkness outside my windows was too complete, too absolute. Even the street lights were dead, and I couldn't see any lights from neighboring houses. Chester lifted his head, growling low in his throat. His hackles were raised, and he was staring at the front door with an intensity that made my skin crawl. I grabbed my flashlight and the .38, moving carefully toward the window to look outside. What I saw made me understand that my reprieve was over. They were standing in my yard, 5 figures in dark clothing, arranged in a rough circle around my house. I couldn't make out their faces, but I didn't need to. The way they stood, perfectly still and patient, told me everything I needed to know. The surviving members of the order had come to finish what Cyrus had started. My phone was dead, no dial tone, no cell service. They'd cut the lines and probably had some kind of signal jammer. I was on my own. I considered my options. The house had 2 exits, the front door and the back door leading to the kitchen. Both were probably being watched. The windows were possibilities, but they'd see me coming and be ready. Chester suddenly barked once, sharply, then fell silent. He was looking toward the kitchen now, his body tense with alertness. Someone was trying to get in through the back door. I moved through the house as quietly as possible, the .38 ready in my hand. Through the kitchen window, I could see a dark figure working at the door lock with practiced efficiency. They'd be inside within minutes. That's when I made a decision that probably saved my life. Instead of waiting for them to come to me, I went to them. I threw open the front door and charged outside, shouting at the top of my lungs. The sudden noise and movement caught them off guard. They'd expected me to cower inside, waiting to be taken. The figure at the back door spun around, startled by my appearance. I put 2 bullets in his chest before he could react, and he dropped without a sound. The others were closing in now, moving with deadly purpose. I ran for my truck parked in the driveway, but another cultist stepped into my path. This one was a woman, middle-aged, with the same fanatic intensity I remembered from the mine. "You can't run forever, Villalobos," she said, her voice calm despite the chaos. "We'll find you wherever you go." "Maybe," I replied, raising the gun. "But you won't." She lunged at me with a knife, but I was ready. The .38 spoke again, and she went down hard. 3 more cultists were converging on my position. I made it to the truck and got the engine started, but they reached me before I could pull away. Hands grabbed at the door handle, trying to drag me out of the cab. I floored the accelerator, and the truck lurched forward. One of the cultists was caught by the rear bumper and went down screaming. The other 2 were thrown clear as I spun the wheel hard to the right. In my rearview mirror, I could see them picking themselves up, their dark forms illuminated by my taillights. But I was moving now, putting distance between myself and the house where I'd lived my entire adult life. I drove through the night, stopping only for gas and to check that I wasn't being followed. By dawn, I was 3 states away, trying to figure out what to do next. That was 6 months ago. Since then, I've been living like Blake, staying mobile, never remaining in one place long enough for them to track me down. Chester adapted to life on the road better than I expected, though I can see the stress wearing on him. He's getting older, and this constant vigilance is taking its toll. I've had contact with other survivors, people who've encountered cults like the Order, or who've witnessed things that shouldn't exist. There's an informal network of us now, sharing information and warnings through encrypted channels and coded messages. The thing that came through the Scarlet Door is still out there. I've seen reports from across the country. Areas where reality seems unstable, where people disappear or change in inexplicable ways. The influence is spreading, slowly but steadily, and I don't think conventional authorities are equipped to deal with it. Blake surfaces occasionally, always in different places, always with new information about the Order's activities. They're rebuilding, recruiting new members, planning something bigger than what we stopped at the mine, and they haven't forgotten about us. The door we closed was just the beginning, Blake told me during our last meeting, in a diner outside Denver. There are others, dozens of them, maybe more, and every time they succeed in opening one, it gets easier to open the next. So I keep moving, keep watching, keep fighting when I have to. My father died trying to stop these monsters, and my mother was murdered for his interference. I won't let their deaths be meaningless. Sometimes, late at night in whatever motel room or safe house I'm occupying, I think about my old life in Millfield. The garage, the routine, the simple pleasure of fixing things that were broken. It seems like something from another person's life now, a dream of normalcy that was never really mine to keep. But then I remember Earl, tied to that stone altar, moments away from death. I remember the thing pushing through the Scarlet Door, bringing its alien hunger into our world. I remember my father's journal, his desperate attempt to preserve evidence of the Order's crimes. Some fights choose you, whether you want them or not. This one chose my family 20 years ago, and it's not finished with us yet. I'm writing this account in a truck stop in Nebraska, with Chester sleeping in the passenger seat and one eye on the door. Tomorrow we'll move on to the next town, the next lead, the next battle, in a war that most people don't even know is being fought. The Order of the Scarlet Dawn thinks they can outlast me, that eventually I'll make a mistake or grow tired of running. They might be right. But until that day comes, I'll keep fighting, keep exposing their activities, keep preventing them from opening their doors to whatever hell they worship. It's what my father would have wanted. It's what my mother would have expected. And it's the only way I know to honor their memory while protecting the innocent people who have no idea what's lurking in the shadows of their quiet lives. The road stretches ahead, empty and dark. But I'm not afraid of the darkness anymore. I've seen what lives in it, and I know how to fight back. Chester stirs in his sleep, probably dreaming of the home we can never return to. I start the engine and pull back onto the highway, heading toward whatever comes next. The nightmare isn't over, but neither am I. Something thrashed in the dark under the overlook. Steel cables snapped and I scrambled after the falling child, my headlamp bouncing wild circles while screams ricocheted across the gorge, telling me this routine patrol had twisted into nightmare territory tonight. My name is Elias Hart, and this happened back in 2012 in Tallulah Gorge State Park, Georgia. The shift began with the simple task of clearing the North Rim Trail before sunset. March weekdays tended to be quiet, and I relished these moments when the tourist chatter died away and the ancient gorge could breathe. The limestone walls seemed to exhale something older than memory, something that predated the Cherokee who once called this place sacred. I liked the hush that settled once the last tourists drove off, their SUVs and minivans disappearing down the winding access road like retreating insects. By 5:30 the gatehouse was locked, the visitor center lights dimmed to amber emergency strips, and the gorge shimmered below like a surgical slit in the earth's flesh. The canyon walls dropped nearly 1,000 feet, carved by millennia of water and wind into something that resembled the ribcage of some primordial beast. Standing at the overlook, you could feel the weight of all that stone pressing down, the accumulated darkness of centuries pooling in the depths where sunlight never fully reached. I carried the standard gear, radio crackling with static that sometimes picked up voices speaking languages that didn't exist, trauma kit with supplies that seemed inadequate against the gorge's sharp teeth, a bod, 40 cal sidearm I prayed I'd never need, and a fresh thermos of lukewarm diner coffee that tasted like burnt disappointment. My boots echoed hollow on the wooden walkways, each footstep announcing my presence to whatever dwelled in the shadows between the rocks. The North Rim Trail wound through stands of mountain laurel and rhododendron, their leaves rustling with whispers I told myself were just wind. But there's a difference between natural sounds and the other kind, the sounds that make your spine crawl and your peripheral vision twitch. As I walked, I noticed things that hadn't been there on my morning rounds. Scratch marks on tree bark too high for bears, too deep for wildcats. Stones arranged in patterns that might have been coincidence but felt deliberate, like markers left by something that understood geometry in ways human minds weren't meant to grasp. The trail descended through switchbacks that grew narrower with each turn, until the path became little more than a goat track carved into the cliff face. Here the rock showed its age in layers of sediment compressed into stone, each stratum a chapter in Earth's violent history. Fossils peeked from the limestone like dead eyes, ancient sea creatures that had died when this place was ocean floor, before continents shifted and mountains thrust skyward. Before I could finish the standard security loop, dispatch crackled through the radio's speaker. The voice of James, the night dispatcher, carried an edge I'd never heard before. Unit 7, we've got a missing party report. Father and 2 children, last seen at Hurricane Falls staircase approximately 30 minutes ago. I keyed the radio, my thumb finding the worn button by muscle memory. Unit 7 responding. Ages on the children? Father reports a boy, age 7, and a girl, age 6. Names are. Static swallowed the rest, but names didn't matter now. What mattered was that darkness was falling fast, and the gorge had already begun its nightly transformation from tourist attraction to something far more primitive and hungry. I picked up my pace, jogging where the trail allowed, scrambling over loose shale where it didn't. The beam of my headlamp carved a tunnel through the gathering gloom, but beyond its reach, the darkness pressed in with almost physical weight. My radio crackled again, James's voice more strained. Unit 7, be advised, we're getting reports of structural failure on the zipline system. Possible cable snap. Air sat heavy against the granite walls, thick with moisture that seemed to carry more than just humidity. There was a metallic taste to it, like blood mixed with copper pennies, and underneath that, something organic and wrong. The smell of things that should stay buried. Then I heard it, screaming metal, the tortured shriek of steel cables parting under impossible strain. The sound echoed off the canyon walls, multiplying and distorting until it became a chorus of mechanical agony. Following close behind came a man's panicked shouts, raw with terror and desperation. I found him halfway down the Hurricane Falls staircase, his knuckles white against the safety rail, eyes reflecting my headlamp beam like a trapped animal's. The stairs descended into the gorge in a series of metal grates and platforms, each section bolted into the living rock. But one of the zipline anchor points had torn free, leaving a ragged wound in the stone where the mounting bolts had been ripped out by forces that should have been impossible. My son fell, he rasped, voice hoarse from screaming. The cable snapped. He's down there somewhere. His fingers shook as he pointed toward the canyon wall, where the remains of a zipline support dangled like a broken spider web. 30 feet below the platform, a child's safety harness flicked in the breeze like a hanged man's noose. Empty. I radioed for EMS, but even as I spoke the words I knew we were beyond standard rescue protocol. The boy should have been dead, Should have been nothing but broken bones on the rocks below. But there was no body, no blood, no sign of impact. Just that empty harness, swaying in the growing darkness. I clipped a rappel line to the rail and dropped fast, my boots scraping against the limestone face as I descended. Each foot of rope that played through my hands took me deeper into a world where normal rules didn't apply, where gravity and physics bent to accommodate horrors that had no right to exist. My helmet smacked against a ledge, sending stars across my vision, but I kept descending. The rock face was scarred with crevices and overhangs, perfect hiding places for things that preferred the dark. And there, pressed into a narrow shelf barely wide enough for a child's feet, I saw them, shoe prints in the red Georgia clay, small and desperate, leading along a goat path that shouldn't exist. The path had been carved into the rock face with deliberate precision, each foothold shaped by tools I couldn't identify. The edges were too smooth for natural erosion, too purposeful for accident. Someone or something had spent considerable time creating this route, and recent use had worn the stones to a dark polish that gleamed like old blood in my headlamp's beam. A small handprint stained with clay pressed into a flat slab of granite told me the boy had passed this way. But the print was wrong somehow. The fingers were too long, the thumb positioned at an impossible angle. Either terror had contorted the child's hand into an unnatural shape, or something else had left this mark, something that wanted me to follow. The father's terrified wails faded behind me as I followed the impossible path deeper into the gorge's anatomy. Each step took me further from the world of safety rails and emergency protocols, into a realm where the only law was survival, and the only judge was whatever ancient thing had made its home in these depths. The path veered sharply to the right, disappearing into what looked like a natural cave mouth carved from solid limestone. But as I approached, details emerged that made my skin crawl. The opening was too regular, too deliberately shaped. The edges had been smoothed and polished until they resembled the inside of a throat, complete with ridges and grooves that suggested peristaltic movement, as if this passage were designed to swallow and digest whatever entered. I ducked inside, my headlamp beam revealing walls that wept with moisture. The air tasted of rust and something worse, something organic that made my stomach clench with revulsion. Iron seepage was common in limestone caves, but this was different. This stung the nostrils like fresh battery acid mixed with the sweet corruption of meat left too long in the sun. 20 yards in, beneath a ceiling of jagged shale that hung like broken teeth, I found the boy. His safety helmet had cracked against the rocks, the impact spider webbing the plastic in patterns that reminded me of broken skulls. The tiny LED emergency beacon blinked weakly beside his sneakers, its fading light casting intermittent shadows that made the cave walls seem to pulse and breathe. He stared at me but didn't speak, couldn't speak. His lips moved soundlessly, forming words in a language I didn't recognize, syllables that hurt to hear even in silence. His eyes had gone completely black, not just the pupils but the entire visible surface, as if something had flooded them from within. Tears of dark fluid tracked down his cheeks, but he seemed unaware of their presence. At first I thought he'd wedged himself under collapsed rock, a common injury in unstable cave systems. Children often panicked and squeezed into spaces that offered the illusion of safety. But as I knelt beside him, the rock began to breathe. What I had mistaken for limestone was flesh, pale as sun-bleached bone and mottled with veins that pulsed with sluggish circulation. The surface was rough as sandpaper, covered in tiny scales that shifted and moved independently. The mass stretched across the cave floor and up the walls, a living carpet that undulated with slow, hypnotic rhythm. Bony ridges taller than my thigh protruded from the flesh at regular intervals, each one crowned with clusters of organs I couldn't identify. Some resembled eyes but were too large and too numerous, blinking in sequence like a biological countdown. Others looked like mouths, lipless and lined with rows of needle-sharp projections that clicked together in rhythmic patterns, as if the thing were tasting the air and finding it satisfactory. The boy's torso was pinned beneath what I now realized was a forearm, though calling it that seemed inadequate. The limb was segmented like an arthropod's leg, each joint protected by plates of natural armor that gleamed with secreted mucus. Rows of folded appendages ran along its length, part finger, part claw, part something else entirely. They twitched and flexed with independent life, each one ending in a hook of translucent chitin sharp enough to split stone. The creature had positioned itself with deliberate care, its bulk arranged to block every possible escape route while maintaining perfect access to its prey. One of its hooks had penetrated the fabric of the boy's shirt and entered the skin beneath, but no blood flowed from the wound. Instead, the puncture had sealed around the intrusion, flesh melding with chitin in an obscene marriage of tissue and tool. The thing concentrated on the child with the focused intensity of a connoisseur savoring a fine wine. Its entire body oriented toward him, every sensor and organ tuned to his presence. I could see the boy's body heat being absorbed through the points of contact, his skin growing pale and cold as his life force was slowly, methodically drained. A ridge of hairless quills ran along the creature's spine, each one as thick as my thumb and twice as long. They twitched like antennae, constantly sampling the cave's atmosphere and adjusting their position to track movement and sound. When I shifted my weight, every quill snapped toward me with mechanical precision, their tips weeping clear fluid that hissed when it hit the stone floor. I drew my pistol, the familiar weight of steel and polymer offering little comfort in this alien environment. The cave ceiling was too low for a proper shooting stance, forcing me to crouch awkwardly while trying to find an angle that wouldn't put the boy in my line of fire. My hands shook, not from fear but from the wrongness of this place, the way reality seemed to bend and blur around the creature's presence. "Let him go," I shouted, my voice bouncing off the walls and returning as a distorted echo that sounded like laughter. The creature didn't respond to human speech, but the sound caused its quills to bristle and its breathing to quicken. Whatever intelligence it possessed was older and more fundamental than language, operating on principles that predated human civilization. I stepped closer, my boots splashing through puddles of fluid that I tried not to identify. The creature's attention remained fixed on the boy, but I could sense its awareness of my presence, could feel its assessment of me as either threat or opportunity. One of its lesser limbs, a tendril barely thicker than my wrist, began to snake toward my ankle with predatory patience. I fired a single round into the creature's flank, aiming for what I hoped was a vital organ. The impact sounded like hitting wet plywood, a dull slap that spoke of density and resilience far beyond normal flesh. The bullet disappeared into the creature's mass without apparent effect, absorbed like a pebble dropped into thick mud. But the shot triggered a reaction. The limb holding the boy recoiled violently, the entire cave structure shaking as the creature registered pain and surprise. Its breathing became rapid and shallow, almost panting, and the air filled with a groan deeper than thunder, deeper than the quarry blasts I'd heard echoing through mountain valleys. The boy slipped free as the creature's grip loosened, its attention finally divided between prey and threat. I grabbed his collar, hauling him behind me, as I backed toward the cave entrance. His skin was ice cold to the touch, and his weight seemed wrong, as if something essential had been drained from him during his captivity. The creature began to rise, revealing its true scope for the first time. What I had taken for the entire organism was merely its feeding apparatus, the visible portion of something much larger and more complex. The bulk of its body remained buried in the cave floor, integrated with the living rock in ways that suggested it had been growing here for years, perhaps decades. An elongated skull emerged from the flesh, completely eyeless but covered in sensory organs that made vision redundant. The nostrils were slits that ran the full length of the head, opening and closing in complex patterns as it analyzed our scent, our fear, our biological signatures. Its mouth was a triangular hinge lined with rows of blunt gripping plates instead of traditional teeth, designed not to tear flesh but to hold prey immobile while slower, more thorough consumption took place. The creature didn't charge so much as flow, its body segments rippling in waves that defied normal locomotion. Dozens of claws clicked against the rock floor in a percussion of hunger and malice, each footfall precisely calculated to maintain balance while navigating the uneven terrain. I fired again, twice in rapid succession, aiming for the head where I hoped to find some vital structure. The rounds drilled neat holes in the skull's surface, but even as I watched, the wounds began to close. The flesh flowed like liquid, reforming around the damage as if the bullets had never existed. Whatever this thing was, conventional weapons were barely an inconvenience. The gunshots woke something else in the cave. Hundreds of bats that had never seen daylight shrieked overhead, their sonar calls creating a cacophony that made coherent thought nearly impossible. They had been roosting in the ceiling, hanging from projections that I now realized weren't natural rock formations but calcified remains of the creature's previous meals. Bones wrapped in stone, preserved like insects in amber. The bats' wings brushed my face and the boys as they fled toward an exit we couldn't see, their panic adding to the chaos as the creature advanced. Their echolocation revealed the cave's true dimensions, painting a sonic picture of passages and chambers that extended far beyond my headlamp's range. This place was vast, an underground complex that had been carved over geological timescales. I shoved the boy toward the entrance, clipping him to my rappel line with trembling hands. "Slide down to your dad, quick as you can," I told him, though I wasn't sure he could understand. His black eyes stared through me, as if I were transparent, as if he were seeing things that existed in spectrums beyond human perception. He didn't argue, couldn't argue. His body moved with mechanical obedience, sliding down the rope with a coordination that seemed impossible for a traumatized 7-year-old. Something had changed him during his time in the creature's embrace, altered him in ways that might not become apparent for years. I took position at the cave mouth, daylight streaming past me in golden shafts that the creature seemed to avoid. The contrast was stark enough to hurt, the normal world of sunshine and safety existing mere feet from this pocket of primordial nightmare. A rappel line still hung from the Hurricane Falls staircase above, my lifeline back to reality. I was about to clip into my escape route when a second scream rose from the depths of the gorge, higher in pitch and unmistakably female. The sound carried notes of terror so pure they seemed to crystallize in the air, sharp enough to cut. This was the missing daughter, and her cry echoed from a side gorge near Tempesta Falls, half a mile downstream over terrain that challenged even experienced climbers. The father was still sobbing above, his voice raw from calling his children's names into the uncaring stone. When I shouted up to him that his boy was safe, he collapsed against the staircase railings with relief that was almost palpable. But then I had to deliver the harder news. Your daughter is still missing. I can hear her, but she's deeper in the gorge system. How long has she been gone? 20 minutes, maybe more, he called back, his words broken by exhaustion and fear. She was right behind us on the trail, and then she just wasn't, like she'd been erased. That was the nature of this place. The Tallulah Gorge didn't just hide things, it consumed them, pulled them into its depths through methods that couldn't be mapped or predicted. Tourist disappearances were rare but not unheard of, though most were attributed to falls or exposure, rather than the truth that park management wasn't equipped to handle. I couldn't leave the girl to whatever had taken her brother, couldn't live with the knowledge that I'd chosen the easier rescue over the necessary one. I told dispatch through my crackling radio that the boy was safe with his father, but the daughter remained unaccounted for. The estimated time of arrival for backup was 40 minutes, which might as well have been forever when measured against a child's terror. I shoved fresh magazines into my belt, knowing that bullets had proved useless against one creature, but hoping desperately that whatever held the girl might be more conventionally vulnerable. The weight of extra ammunition was comforting even if its effectiveness remained questionable. The run to Tempesta Falls took me through sections of the gorge that existed on no official map, places where the rock had been carved by forces other than water and time. Trail markers vanished after 2 switchbacks, leaving me to navigate by instinct and the fading echoes of the girl's screams. I skidded down slopes of loose scree that shifted treacherously underfoot, grabbing at rhododendron branches for balance when the gradient became too steep for controlled descent. The thorns tore at my uniform and skin, leaving tiny wounds that stung like paper cuts but provided crucial grip when everything else threatened to give way. The gorge narrowed as I descended, its walls closing in until the sky became little more than a ribbon of stars overhead. Water churned 10 feet below the path, white foam visible in my headlamp beam as the Tallulah River fought its way through channels that had been carved when the world was younger. A red hair ribbon snagged on a branch ahead, its bright color incongruous among the muted grays and browns of the stone. The fabric was new, probably purchased at one of the gift shops that sold overpriced souvenirs to families who had no idea what they were really visiting. Now it served as a marker, a breadcrumb trail leading into places where commerce and civilization held no meaning. Then I smelled it again, that same metallic stench from the first cave, but stronger now, concentrated to the point where it made my eyes water. The gorge walls were sweating the odor from every pore, seeping it through cracks and fissures that went deeper than any natural formation should extend. Moss that had grown on these rocks for decades was curling brown and dying where the scent touched it, botanical death spreading in slow waves. At a sharp bend in the gorge, the stream poured through a limestone arch that formed a half-submerged tunnel. The water moved with unusual speed here, as if eager to escape whatever lay beyond the natural bridge. Pink light flickered inside the tunnel, not the steady glow of emergency lighting, but something organic, something that pulsed with the rhythm of a massive heart. I slipped off my boots and slung them over my shoulder, knowing that stealth might be more valuable than protection in what lay ahead. The water was shockingly cold, mountain runoff that had never been touched by sunlight, and it numbed my feet within seconds. But the cold was clean, a sharp contrast to the corruption that emanated from deeper in the tunnel system. My foot struck something soft in the stream bed, and I fished it up with growing dread. A child's fanny pack, purple nylon decorated with a cartoon unicorn that grinned with innocent happiness. The zipper was broken, torn open from the inside as if something had clawed its way out, and dark stains marked the fabric in patterns, that looked disturbingly like handprints. The limestone arch funneled water and unwary prey into a chamber wide as a railroad boxcar, its ceiling lost in shadows that my headlamp couldn't penetrate. But it was the lighting that stopped me cold. String lights hung from invisible anchor points above, the kind of LED decorations that tourists use to make their campsites more festive. Their power packs lay scattered and broken on the chamber floor, internal components spilled like electronic organs, but somehow the lights continued to function. The illumination they provided was wrong, too pink, too organic. It pulsed in rhythm with something I couldn't see, casting shifting shadows that made the chamber's dimensions seem to change moment by moment. In that unsteady light, I saw her. The daughter sat in the far corner, hugging her knees to her chest in a posture that spoke of absolute terror held in check only by complete exhaustion. Her lips had gone blue with cold or shock, and her breathing came in shallow gasps that misted in the chamber's chill air. But she was alive, conscious, aware of my presence even if she couldn't acknowledge it. The thing that loomed over her was different from the first creature but related, like variations on a theme of nightmare. This one stood upright on legs that splayed like a spider's, but the proportions were wrong, too long in some places, too thick in others. Its torso pulsed visibly at a wound in its side, dark fluid seeping from a hole that matched the size of a .40 caliber bullet. The creatures were connected somehow, part of a larger organism or colony that shared information through methods beyond human understanding. My attack on the first had wounded them all. Or perhaps there had never been multiple creatures at all, just different manifestations of something vast and distributed throughout the gorge's hidden spaces. This manifestation had been designed for different prey, adapted for the psychological predation that worked best on young children. Where the first creature had relied on physical restraint and biological vampirism, this one employed subtler methods. It didn't need to touch the girl to feed on her. Her terror was nourishment enough, seasoned with the gradual erosion of hope and sanity. The girl's sobs came weak and intermittent, as if the monster had been leeching not just warmth but sound itself, stealing her voice along with her strength. Her eyes tracked my movement with desperate hope, but when she tried to speak, only barely audible whispers emerged. I measured the distance between us, 15 yards of uneven rock floor, water up to my shins, surfaces polished smooth by centuries of flow. One shot wouldn't be enough, might not even slow this thing down if it was as resilient as its companion. I needed leverage, height, some advantage that might let me get between the creature and its prey. Across the chamber, a broken steel ladder led to what looked like a maintenance access hatch, probably part of some long-abandoned infrastructure project. The rungs appeared sturdy enough to support my weight, and the elevated position would give me the tactical advantage I desperately needed. A plan formed in my mind, crude but workable. Climb high, drop from above, draw the creature away from the girl, give her a clear path to the tunnel entrance. It wasn't elegant, but elegance was a luxury I couldn't afford with a child's life hanging in the balance. I holstered my pistol and crept sideways along the chamber wall, using every piece of cover the irregular stone provided. The creature's attention remained focused on its prey, savoring the slow dissolution of her resistance. This was a predator that enjoyed the process as much as the result, drawing out the experience until fear became a tangible substance it could consume. I stepped onto the ladder's bottom rung, and the sound rang through the chamber like a bell tolling midnight. The noise was impossibly loud in the enclosed space, amplified and distorted by the stone walls, until it became a cacophony that hurt to hear. The creature's elongated head snapped toward me with mechanical precision, nostril slits flaring wide as it sampled my scent. Its back half pivoted separately from the front, the entire torso rotating on an axis that defied vertebrate anatomy. The movement was smooth and predatory, like a gun turret tracking a target, and it revealed the creature's true nature as something that had never been bound by the limitations of terrestrial evolution. It rushed across the pool, not running but flowing, its limbs moving in coordination that seemed choreographed rather than instinctual. Water barely rippled around its feet, as if it weighed nothing or displaced its mass through methods that physics couldn't explain. The approach was silent except for the soft clicking of claws against stone, a percussion section for the symphony of terror it conducted. I climbed 3 rungs in rapid succession, swung myself onto a narrow ledge that jutted from the chamber wall, and yanked a road flare from my equipment vest. The ignition striker sparked on the first try, filling the chamber with brilliant scarlet light that revealed details I wished I couldn't see. The creature's skin was more complex than I'd initially realized, composed of layers that shifted and moved independently. Beneath the pale outer surface, darker structures pulsed with their own rhythm, organs or vessels that served functions I didn't want to contemplate. Each segment of its body was covered in fine cilia that waved in the air currents, sampling chemical traces and atmospheric pressure with sensitivity that made human senses seem crude by comparison. The flare's light caused an immediate reaction. The thing shrieked, a sound that started in registers too low for human hearing, and climbed through octaves of pain until it became a physical force that made my teeth ache. Its quills stood erect along its spine, each tip now weeping clear fluid that hissed and sparked where it contacted the stone floor. Whatever that secretion was, it reacted violently with the chamber's limestone, eating tiny craters in rock that had stood unchanged for millennia. The creature was literally dissolving its environment, reshaping the space to better suit its needs and preferences. It thrashed from side to side, temporarily blinded by the flare's intensity but not substantially harmed. The light seemed to interfere with its sensory apparatus rather than cause physical damage, like shining a spotlight into night vision goggles. But the disruption gave me the opening I needed. I vaulted down from my perch, landing directly in front of the creature with the flare held high like a torch. The heat radiating from the chemical fire was intense enough to sear my palm through the protective grip, but I held steady, thrusting the brilliant flame toward the creature's featureless face. "Run past me," I shouted to the girl, my voice barely audible over the creature's continued shrieking. "Follow the water back to daylight." She scrambled to her feet with surprising agility, slipping on the wet stone but maintaining her balance through pure determination. Her path took her within inches of the creature's thrashing limbs, but its attention remained fixed on the flare and the pain it represented. She cleared its reach and disappeared into the tunnel entrance, her splash-splash footfalls echoing back as she fled toward safety. With the girl clear, I could focus entirely on survival. I drew my pistol with my free hand, aimed for the joint where the creature's upper and lower torso sections connected, and emptied the magazine in rapid fire. The enclosed space turned the gunshots into thunder. Each report multiplied and reflected, until the sound became a physical assault on my eardrums. Flesh tore under the barrage, dark fluid sprang in patterns that painted the chamber walls with biological graffiti. The smell of copper pennies mixed with something worse, something that reminded me of vegetables left too long in summer heat. The creature's middle section sagged as crucial structural elements were damaged, but it continued to advance with mechanical determination. The slide locked back on an empty chamber. I ejected the spent magazine, fumbling for a spare with hands made clumsy by adrenaline and the awkward grip of the flare. The tactical reload that had been drilled into me during training became a nightmare of dropped ammunition and sweating palms. Before I could seat the fresh magazine, the creature struck back. The floor tilted as it slapped one of its primary limbs beneath my feet, the impact traveling through stone and boot sole to rattle my entire skeleton. I fell hard, my pistol skittering away across the slick surface to disappear into shadows beyond the flare's reach. In that moment of vulnerability, as I lay stunned and disarmed on the chamber floor, I saw the creature's underside for the first time. What I observed there will haunt me until the day I die. Translucent membranes stretched between the bony ridges of its spine, creating windows into an internal anatomy that violated every principle of biology I thought I understood. Dark veins pulsed with fluid that moved too slowly to be blood, carrying nutrients and waste products through a circulatory system designed by alien logic. But it was what moved within those membranes that made my sanity real. Shapes that might have been larvae spiraled through the fluid, growing and changing as I watched. Some resembled human forms in miniature, others were purely abstract, geometric patterns that hurt to perceive directly. They were developing, maturing, preparing for some purpose that I prayed I would never witness. The creature was not just a predator, it was a nursery, a living incubator for things that would eventually emerge to hunt in their own right. Every victim it consumed contributed genetic material to the development process, adding human characteristics to offspring that would be better equipped to prey on human victims. The ultimate biological weapon, constantly adapting and evolving to overcome any defense. I pulled my K-bar fighting knife from its sheath, the familiar weight of steel and leather grip providing an anchor of reliability in a situation that had gone completely beyond normal parameters. The blade was sharp enough to shave with, maintained with the obsessive care of someone whose life had sometimes depended on the edge's integrity. I slashed at the junction where membrane met spine, aiming for what looked like a major connection point in the creature's internal architecture. The knife bit deep, parting tissue that felt like wet rubber mixed with cartilage. Warm gel spilled over my hand, coating my skin with fluid that tingled and burned like diluted acid. The creature's reaction was immediate and violent. It recoiled with a vibration that rattled my teeth and made my vision blur, a frequency that seemed designed to disrupt human neural activity. One of its hooked limbs swept toward my neck in a strike that would have decapitated me if it had connected. I ducked, but the hook still clipped my shoulder, popping through flesh like a zipper being opened. The pain was immediate and intense, but adrenaline provided its own anesthesia, flooding my system with chemicals that pushed physical sensation into the background. Blood ran warm down my sleeve, but I remained functional, able to continue the fight despite the injury. The flare guttered as its chemical fuel ran low, the brilliant scarlet light fading to a dull orange glow that barely pushed back the encroaching darkness. In seconds, I would be fighting blind against something that had evolved to hunt in conditions where human senses were useless. I used the dying ember to ignite my second and final flare, jabbing the fresh flame directly into the wound I had opened in the creature's abdomen. Light seared the internal structures, causing them to contract and spasm in ways that spoke of agony beyond human comprehension. The effect was immediate and catastrophic. The creature's torso ballooned as internal pressure built beyond the capacity of its structural elements to contain. Muscles convulsed in waves that ran the length of its body, and the carefully maintained equilibrium of its biological systems collapsed into chaos. Then it collapsed inward with a wet, tearing sound that reminded me of a balloon deflating, but much worse. Segments that had been held together by internal pressure separated and drifted apart, still twitching with residual nervous activity. The organized predator became a collection of disconnected parts, each one moving with its own agenda but unable to coordinate with the others. I staggered backward, warm blood flowing down my sleeve and dripping from my fingertips to paint the chamber floor in patterns that looked disturbingly like the creature's own secretions. The parallels weren't lost on me. In this place, the line between predator and prey seemed to blur until the distinction became meaningless. The thing's front section kept moving even after the rest had shut down, dragging its ruined bulk behind it with single-minded determination. Its jaws clacked together in rhythm, still trying to feed even as its circulatory system leaked out onto the stone. Whatever drove these creatures was more fundamental than simple biology, a hunger that transcended death itself. I retrieved my pistol from the shadows, reloaded with deliberate care, and approached the still-moving head section. At point-blank range, I fired repeatedly into the elongated skull until the slide locked open on an empty chamber. Each bullet drilled neat holes in bone and cartilage, but it took the entire magazine before the jaw movements finally ceased. Even then, I wasn't convinced it was truly dead. The quills along its spine continued to twitch like severed power lines, and fluid still seeped from wounds that should have been fatal individually, let alone in combination. This thing operated by rules I didn't understand, and death might be just another state of existence rather than an ending. I keyed my radio with blood-slick fingers, surprised to find that it still functioned despite the submersion and abuse it had endured. My voice came out as a harsh rasp that barely resembled human speech. "Dispatch, this is Unit 7. Second child recovered and en route to safety. Hostile neutralized, but I need immediate medical evacuation and..." I paused, trying to find words for what couldn't be adequately described. "Specimen containment, full hazmat protocols." The radio crackled back with James's voice, tight with confusion and concern. "Oh, Unit 7, say again? Did you say specimen containment?" "Affirmative. We have biological hazmat situation in the gorge system. Multiple unknown organisms, possibly connected. I repeat, this is not a standard wildlife incident." Static filled the channel for long seconds before James responded. "Roger, Unit 7. Medical and hazmat teams en route. Estimated arrival 20 minutes to your last known position." 20 minutes felt like an eternity when standing knee-deep in alien biology that might still pose a threat. I lifted the girl and began the careful process of retracing my path through the flooded tunnel. Her weight seemed wrong against my chest, too light, as if whatever the creature had been doing to her had drained more than just warmth and hope. She didn't speak during the journey, but her eyes remained open and tracking, following movements and shadows that I couldn't see. Occasionally her lips would move in silent conversation with invisible companions, forming words in that same alien language her brother had attempted. Whatever had happened to these children went deeper than simple trauma. They had been changed on a fundamental level. The tunnel entrance appeared ahead like a portal between worlds, framing a view of normal Georgia evening that seemed impossibly distant and foreign. Stars emerged in the darkening sky above the gorge, their light clean and cold compared to the organic phosphorescence I was leaving behind. Outside, the father waited with his son at the base of Hurricane Falls staircase, both of them wrapped in emergency blankets that park rangers had provided. The boy's transformation was more apparent in better light. His skin had taken on a grayish pallor that spoke of systemic shock, and his movements carried a mechanical precision that was deeply unsettling in someone so young. When I placed his daughter in the father's arms, the reunion should have been joyful. Instead, both children regarded their parent with the same black-eyed stare, as if they were studying a specimen rather than embracing a loved one. The father seemed unaware of the change, overwhelmed by relief and exhaustion. "What happened down there?" he asked, his voice breaking with emotion. "What hurt them?" I lied with practiced ease, falling back on explanations that would preserve his sanity and my own credibility. Cave-in trapped them in an unstable section. They're suffering from exposure and mild hypothermia, but they should recover with proper medical attention. He seemed to accept this, clinging to an explanation that fit within his understanding of how the world worked. But I caught him glancing at his children with growing unease, sensing the wrongness even if he couldn't articulate it. Some changes couldn't be hidden, even from a parent's desperate need to believe everything was normal. From the ridge above, I spotted the flashing lights of park police vehicles weaving through the pine forest that surrounded the gorge. Red and blue strobes painted the trees in colors that reminded me uncomfortably of the lighting in the chamber below. Soon this place would be crawling with investigators, medical personnel, and bureaucrats who would want explanations I couldn't provide. The medics arrived first, two paramedics named Robert and Michael who had worked the park beat long enough to handle most emergencies without blinking. But they stopped short when they saw the children, exchanging glances that spoke of professional concern beyond simple hypothermia. "Core temperatures are low but not critical," Robert reported after his initial examination. "But their neurological responses are unusual. Pupils reactive but dilated, reflexes hyperactive in some areas, completely absent in others. We should transport to Atlanta for comprehensive evaluation." My own injury required 14 stitches to close properly, the hooks having torn flesh in parallel lines that looked disturbingly like claw marks. The paramedic cleaning the wounds, a veteran named William, kept glancing at the pattern with increasing puzzlement. "Never seen punctures quite like these," he murmured, dabbing antiseptic into the deepest cuts. "Almost looks like they were made by surgical instruments, but what kind of animal carries tools?" I didn't answer, couldn't answer without opening doors that needed to stay closed. The hooks had carried no venom that conventional tests could detect, but something had been transferred during the attack. My shoulder throbbed with a deep, persistent ache that felt organic, alive, as if foreign cells were establishing colonies in my tissue. Search and rescue teams wanted immediate access to the chamber where I'd fought the second creature, but wildlife officers argued for a preliminary assessment before disturbing what might be a significant biological discovery. The debate raged for hours while my injury was treated, and statements were taken, bureaucracy grinding forward with its usual indifference to urgency. By full darkness, they had reached a compromise. A cage the size of a horse stall was lowered into the chamber, designed to contain whatever remained of the creature while preserving it for scientific study. Researchers from the University of Georgia's biology department were already en route, eager to examine what they assumed would be a new species of cave-dwelling predator. But when the containment team reached the chamber, they found something that challenged every assumption about what they were dealing with. What lay inside the limestone cave was barely recognizable as organic matter, reduced to sludge and cartilage that dissolved even as they watched. The organism was breaking down at an accelerated rate, as if its cellular structure required constant interaction with living prey to maintain cohesion. Dr. David Patterson, the lead biologist on the containment team, emerged from the chamber with samples that were already turning to gray paste in their collection containers. His report would later be classified, but I heard enough to understand that conventional science had no framework for what we had encountered. "It's like the tissue is programmed to self-destruct," he told his colleague, Dr. Charles Webb, as they prepared to depart. "Cellular walls breaking down, proteins denaturing, even the DNA is fragmenting faster than natural decay should allow." Whatever this was, it didn't want to be studied. The night crew packed up their equipment with the efficient movements of people who had dealt with inexplicable situations before. Tallulah Gorge State Park had a history of unusual incidents that were quietly filed away and forgotten, mysteries that couldn't be solved and therefore couldn't be acknowledged. One rookie ranger, a young man named Timothy who still believed in standard operating procedures, approached me as I sat on the tailgate of a rescue vehicle. His question was innocent, born of curiosity rather than suspicion. "You think there might be more of them down there?" he asked, glancing nervously toward the gorge. "I mean, if this was some kind of breeding population?" I told him what I'd been telling myself since the first encounter, the lie that would let both of us sleep at night. "The gorge has been here a long time, and we've only just started turning rocks over. What we found tonight was probably an isolated case, maybe the last of its kind." Timothy laughed, thinking I was making a joke about the completeness of our victory. He had no way of knowing that I'd seen the larvae developing in the creature's transparent nursery chambers. or that the children who'd been exposed carried genetic markers that might not manifest for years. Some stones were better left unturned, some truths too dangerous for general consumption. I watched the last crate being loaded into a refrigerated transport truck, heard the latches click with mechanical finality. The sound should have been reassuring, but it only reminded me of other sounds I'd heard in the depths, clicking and chittering that spoke of intelligence older than human civilization. The truck pulled away into the Georgia night, carrying samples that would mystify researchers and spawn classified studies that would never see publication. Within a week, the incident would be reduced to a single paragraph in a Park Service report, filed under Wildlife Encounters, with details too vague to reconstruct the truth. But I knew the truth, carried it in the ache of my wounded shoulder and the memory of alien eyes watching from the darkness. The gorge held secrets that predated human presence in North America, organisms that had been waiting in the deep places for millennia, patient as stone and hungry as time itself. The children and their father disappeared into the medical system, transported to specialists who would find nothing wrong beyond trauma and exposure. The boy and girl would recover, at least physically, and return to normal lives that would be haunted by dreams they couldn't quite remember. But sometimes, late at night, they would speak in languages that didn't exist, and their eyes would go black as they stared at things that weren't there. As for the gorge itself, it returned to its normal routine of scenic overlooks and guided tours, nature walks and educational programs. Tourists would come and go, most of them unaware that they walked above chambers where nightmare had taken physical form. The zipline system was repaired and safety tested, new cables installed with redundant anchor points that were certified to hold far more weight than any human payload would require. But sometimes, in the deepest part of the night shift, when the last visitors had gone home and the gorge lay silent under starlight, I would hear things that weren't supposed to exist. Scratching sounds from crevices that went deeper than any survey had measured. Calls that might have been wind through stone formations, if you could convince yourself that wind could carry such intelligence, such hunger. The Park Service rotated me to a different district within 6 months, standard procedure for rangers who had experienced traumatic incidents. My replacement was a young woman named Sarah who approached the job with enthusiasm and a master's degree in environmental science. I tried to warn her, in ways that wouldn't sound like madness, about the need for caution in certain areas of the gorge. Just remember, I told her during the transition briefing, some places have been wild longer than others. Trust your instincts, especially after dark. If something feels wrong, it probably is. She nodded with the polite attention of someone humoring a veteran's superstitions, making notes in her training manual that she would probably ignore within the first week. The young always believed they were smarter than the dangers that had claimed their predecessors, right up until the moment they discovered how wrong they were. I heard about her disappearance 3 years later, during a routine night patrol that she had insisted on conducting alone. Her radio went silent at approximately 2:30 a.m., last transmission reporting strange sounds from the Hurricane Falls area. Search teams found her equipment scattered along the North Rim Trail, but no trace of Sarah herself. The official report blamed equipment failure and accidental fall, death by misadventure in terrain that was inherently dangerous for solo operations. Her body was never recovered, which wasn't unusual given the gorge's depth and the difficulty of searching every crevice and cave system. The case was closed within a month, filed with dozens of others who had simply vanished into the stone. But I knew better. I knew that some hungers couldn't be satisfied by a single feeding, that patience was just another form of predation for things that measured time in geological epochs. The creatures I had encountered were gone, dissolved into component chemicals that would nourish other growths in the deep places. But their legacy remained, written in the genetic structure of organisms that had learned new ways to hunt, new forms to wear when the next opportunity presented itself. The gorge was patient. It had waited millions of years for the right conditions, the right prey, the right moment to reveal what lurked in its depths. It could wait millions more, content in the knowledge that humans would continue to come, continue to explore, continue to push into places where they didn't belong. And when they did, when the next ranger or researcher or curious tourist followed the wrong path into the darkness below, something would be waiting, something that remembered what I had done, what weapons I had used, what weaknesses I had exposed, something that had learned from our encounter and adapted accordingly. The Tallulah Gorge State Park remains open to this day, its scenic beauty attracting hundreds of thousands of visitors annually. The suspension bridge sways gently in the mountain air, offering breathtaking views of the falls and the ancient stone that frames them. Families pose for photographs against backdrops of geological wonder, children laughing as they peer into depths that seem to go on forever. And deep below, in chambers that exist on no official survey, In darkness that has never known the touch of sunlight, something stirs with the patience of stone and the hunger of time itself, waiting for the next ranger, the next child, the next opportunity to feed and grow and spread its influence through the world above. The cages we used that night were strong, but they were built for creatures that stayed dead when you killed them. Some things are older than death, more persistent than extinction, more patient than human memory. Some things know that every cage has bars, and every bar has spaces between. In the end, we didn't contain the threat. We just taught it to be more careful next time. My name is Glenn Miller, and what happened to me back in 2017 in the Cherokee National Forest still crawls under my skin like maggots in rotting wood. I was working as a park ranger then, keeping an eye on the trails and making sure the campers didn't wander too far off marked paths. But some things in those woods don't care about marked paths or human boundaries. I remember the humidity that morning with visceral clarity, heavy enough to make my shirt cling to my back like a second skin, damp and suffocating. The coffee I had was cheap instant stuff, gritty and sour, leaving a metallic aftertaste that seemed to coat my tongue for hours. The sun was still low, shining through the hardwoods and casting long twisted shadows that seemed to writhe and pulse with their own malevolent life. Everything felt wrong from the moment I stepped outside the ranger station, though I couldn't put my finger on why. I was alone that day because my buddy Travis had called in sick. He claimed he'd eaten some bad meatloaf at a diner in town, but his voice had sounded strange over the phone, hollow and distant like he was speaking from the bottom of a well. I teased him about being delicate, and he told me to mind my own business, but there was no humor in it. Usually we joked like that to keep things light when we dealt with lost hikers and the occasional drunk fishermen who wandered into restricted areas. But that morning, even our banter felt forced, like we were both trying to convince ourselves that everything was normal. The ranger station itself seemed different that day. The fluorescent lights flickered more than usual, casting intermittent shadows that made the familiar space feel alien. The radio crackled with more static than normal, and twice I thought I heard voices in the white noise, whispers that made the hair on my arms stand on end. The coffee maker gurgled and wheezed like something dying, and the instant coffee granules looked like tiny insects floating in the murky brown liquid. I hiked out from the station around dawn, following the trail markers and checking that the signs warning folks to stay on the main paths were still intact. Sometimes kids like to tear them down as pranks, but lately we'd been finding the signs damaged in ways that didn't look human. Deep gouges in the metal, as if something with claws had tried to shred them. Bite marks that didn't match any known animal in the area. The forest felt different as I walked deeper into it. The usual morning chorus of birds was absent, replaced by an oppressive silence that seemed to press against my eardrums. Even the insects were quiet, and the lack of buzzing mosquitoes should have been a relief, but instead it filled me with dread. Nature abhors a vacuum, and when the small creatures go silent, it usually means something bigger and more dangerous has moved into their territory. I had my radio crackling with intermittent static, my lunch consisting of a ham sandwich that already felt soggy in the humid air, a few pretzels that had gone stale, and an apple that bore strange brown spots I didn't remember seeing when I packed it. My standard issue flashlight felt heavier than usual in my belt, and I found myself checking it obsessively, clicking it on and off to make sure it still worked. I wore my usual uniform, but the fabric seemed to chafe against my skin in ways it never had before, and my old boots with soles worn thin felt like they might fall apart at any moment. Every step sent small vibrations up through my legs, and I could feel the forest floor yielding beneath my feet in ways that seemed unnatural, almost organic, like walking on something that was still alive. I thought the biggest challenge that day would be swatting mosquitoes and avoiding poison ivy. How naive I was. How utterly, tragically naive. The trees seemed to close in as I walked, their branches reaching across the path like gnarled fingers trying to snare unwary travelers. Spanish moss hung from the oaks like funeral shrouds, swaying in a breeze I couldn't feel. The air itself seemed thicker, harder to breathe, carrying scents that didn't belong in any healthy forest. There was something sweet and cloying underneath the usual earthiness, something that reminded me of meat left too long in the sun. Around 9, I stopped to drink some water near a clearing where the old fire tower used to stand. The tower had been dismantled years back after a windstorm made it too unstable, but the locals whispered that wasn't the real reason. They said things had been seen from that tower, things that watched back when you tried to observe them. Now only the concrete base remained with rusty bolts sticking up like broken teeth, stained dark with what might have been rust but looked disturbingly like dried blood in the morning light. The clearing itself felt wrong. Grass grew in strange patterns, forming rings and spirals that hurt to look at directly. Wildflowers bloomed out of season, their colors too bright, almost fluorescent, like warning signs in nature's lexicon. Bees should have been swarming them, but the insects gave the flowers a wide berth, as if they knew something humans had forgotten. I noticed something odd about the silence then, really noticed it for the first time. Normally, you'd hear birds chirping their morning songs, maybe a squirrel scampering through the canopy, the steady hum of insects going about their business. But it felt quiet, unnaturally quiet, as if everything around had decided to hold its breath and wait for something terrible to pass. The silence had weight to it, pressing down on me like a physical thing. When I cleared my throat, the sound seemed to echo longer than it should have, bouncing back from the trees in strange, distorted ways. I shrugged it off at first, trying to rationalize the unease growing in my gut. Figured maybe a hawk had flown overhead and the little creatures were playing it safe. But hawks don't silence entire sections of forest, and the quiet zone seemed to move with me as I continued down the trail. Whatever was causing it was following me, keeping pace, staying just out of sight. I moved on, taking the North Spur Trail, a lesser-used path that led into dense undergrowth where the canopy grew so thick that noon could feel like twilight. I had my map and compass, but I knew this area by heart. I'd been stationed here for 6 months, and I felt confident navigating the ridges and hollows. I even had nicknames for certain landmarks, a way of making the wilderness feel more familiar, more human. The charred stump I called Old Smoky stood like a blackened sentinel, its hollow center yawning like a mouth frozen in an eternal scream. A cluster of twisted pines I called the Three Sisters grew in an impossible configuration, their trunks braided together as if they'd been tortured into that shape. But that morning, even familiar landmarks seemed different, more threatening. Old Smoky's hollow seemed deeper, darker, and I could swear I heard something rustling inside it when I passed. The Three Sisters cast shadows that moved independently of the wind, reaching toward me with finger-like projections. The very ground beneath my feet felt unstable, spongy in places where it should have been firm, as if something underneath was slowly decomposing. The trail markers themselves told a story I was only beginning to read. Several were damaged beyond normal wear, scratched and gouged by something with claws longer and stronger than any animal I knew lived in these woods. One sign warning hikers about unstable terrain had been completely shredded, hanging in metal strips like silver streamers. The damage was too fresh to be weather-related, too systematic to be random vandalism. As I reached a spot near a shallow creek that normally bubbled and gurgled with cheerful mountain water, I noticed the stream itself had changed. The water ran darker than usual, with an oily sheen that reflected the sky in wrong colors. It smelled different too, carrying that same sweet sick odor I'd detected in the air, but concentrated now, almost overwhelming. Small fish floated belly up in the stagnant pools, their scales dulled and eyes clouded white. Something was poisoning the watershed, or something poisonous was living in it. That's when I noticed the footprints. 2 sets, maybe 3, pressed deep into the muddy bank. At first glance they looked human, but something was off about the spacing, the depth, the shape. The toes were too long, the arch too pronounced, and there were marks that might have been claws extending beyond where human toenails would end. The prints led away from the creek toward a dense thicket of mountain laurel and rhododendron, disappearing into shadows so deep they seemed solid. Near the prints I found scattered gear that made my blood run cold. A backpack hung snagged on a branch, its fabric torn in parallel lines that spoke of claws rather than thorns. The damage was too precise, too deliberate. A crumpled energy bar wrapper lay nearby, but the foil had been punctured by what looked like teeth marks. A half-full water bottle stood upright as though someone had placed it there deliberately, but the plastic bore similar puncture marks, and the water inside had turned the same dark color as the creek. It looked like a makeshift camp that had been left in a hurry, but not the kind of hurry that comes from forgetting something at home or deciding to change locations. This was the hurry of panic, of people running for their lives and failing to escape whatever pursued them. I called on the radio, my voice steady despite the chill crawling up my spine. "Base, this is Glenn. I've got abandoned gear at mile marker 7 on North Spur Trail. Possible missing hikers." Static greeted me at first, harsh and full of interference that almost sounded like screaming if you listened too closely. Then a faint reply came through, distorted and barely intelligible, telling me to keep them posted and investigate further. The voice on the other end sounded strained, nervous, like they knew something I didn't but couldn't say it over the radio. I stepped carefully around the gear, photographing everything with my phone before disturbing the scene. The camera's flash seemed weaker than usual, and several photos came out strangely dark despite the relatively bright morning light. In some images, shadows fell in directions that defied the sun's position, and in one photograph, I could swear I saw something crouched in the background that hadn't been there when I took the picture. Looking for some identification, I searched through the torn backpack, finding a driver's license in a side pocket that hadn't been completely shredded. The plastic was warm to the touch, unnaturally so, and seemed to pulse with its own heat. The license belonged to a man named Diego Sanchez from Chattanooga, photographed smiling at the camera with no idea that his cheerful face would become evidence in something unspeakable. He looked to be in his 20s, probably a weekend hiker who'd ventured off the main trails looking for adventure. The irony wasn't lost on me that he'd found more adventure than anyone should ever have to face. A light breeze picked up, carrying a smell that made my stomach lurch and my primitive brain scream warnings my conscious mind tried to ignore. It wasn't quite like anything I'd encountered before, but it triggered every prey instinct evolution had built into human DNA. The closest comparison would be wet fur, but fur that had been soaked in something foul, something dead and rotting. Mixed with that was a musk so strong it seemed to coat the inside of my nostrils, and underneath it all, the metallic tang of fresh blood. I followed the creek upstream, stepping carefully on the slippery rocks and trying not to think about what might be contaminating the water. The smell grew stronger with each step, and flies began to appear in increasing numbers, big black ones that swarmed in clouds and seemed to watch me with an intelligence flies shouldn't possess. They landed on my skin despite my attempts to wave them away, and their touch burned like tiny brands. Past a cluster of ferns that grew in unnatural spirals, their fronds curled into patterns that hurt to look at directly, I spotted something that made my breath catch in my throat. At first I thought it was a pile of clothes someone had discarded, maybe a hiker who'd gone skinny dipping in the creek despite park regulations. But as I got closer, my trained eye began to pick out details that transformed confusion into horror. It was a body, twisted against a fallen log in a position that spoke of violence and terror. The man lay at an impossible angle, limbs bent in ways that suggested they'd been broken and rearranged. His shirt was not just torn but shredded, hanging in strips that revealed deep gouges in the flesh beneath. His pants were smeared with mud, but the mud was too dark, too red, and it carried that same sick, sweet smell that permeated the entire area. I approached slowly, every instinct screaming at me to run, to get as far away from this place as possible. My hands shook as I forced myself to examine what remained of Diego Sanchez. His throat had been savagely mauled, torn open with a precision that spoke of predatory intelligence rather than random animal attack. The wound was too clean in places, too ragged in others, as if whatever had done this had taken its time, had enjoyed the process. But it was his eyes that haunted me most. They were still open, staring at something beyond the canopy. And in them I saw not just the terror of his final moments, but a knowledge, an understanding of what had killed him. They were the eyes of someone who had seen something that shouldn't exist, something that violated the natural order so completely that his mind had broken trying to process it. His hands were clenched into fists, and when I forced myself to examine them more closely, I found tufts of coarse, dark fur clutched in his fingers. The fur was unlike anything I'd seen on any animal native to Tennessee, thicker and oilier, with an almost reptilian quality to individual strands. Mixed with the fur were what looked like scales or hardened skin fragments, as if whatever he'd fought had been shedding pieces of itself. I backed away, my hands fumbling for the radio with fingers that refused to work properly. "Base, this is Glenn," I managed, surprised by how calm my voice sounded when my entire world was falling apart. "I've found a deceased person, possible animal attack. I need immediate assistance in the coroner's office." The radio crackled with static for what felt like hours before a response came through. The voice was different this time, older, more serious, carrying an undertone that suggested this wasn't the first such call they'd received. They told me help was on the way, but that it might take an hour or more because the roads were rough and the closest unit was still on the far side of the forest. An hour seemed like an eternity when you're standing next to evidence that something unnatural was hunting in these woods. I began checking the area for signs of whatever had done this, trying to think like the Park Service manual had taught me. Animal attacks follow patterns, leave specific types of evidence. Bears leave claw marks and tend to focus on certain body parts. Mountain lions attack the neck and might drag their prey to a secluded location. Coyotes hunt in packs and leave multiple bite patterns. This was none of those things. The scene defied every classification I'd been trained to recognize. Diego's body hadn't been dragged anywhere, suggesting whatever killed him was confident enough to feed in place. But there were no signs of feeding, no missing flesh or organs that would indicate a hungry predator. The violence seemed purposeful but not practical, as if the killing itself had been the goal rather than obtaining food. The tracks around the body told a story I didn't want to read. They were deeper here, pressed into the soft earth with the weight of something substantial. But the spacing was all wrong, the gait too long for anything that should be walking on four legs, too short for something walking on two. Some prints looked almost human but stretched and distorted, as if human feet had been pulled like taffy into something longer and more predatory. As I waited for backup, crouched beside Diego's remains, and trying not to breathe too deeply of the fetid air, I heard a rustling in the brush that made every nerve ending in my body scream danger. It wasn't the random movement of wind through leaves or the scurrying of small animals. This was deliberate, purposeful, the sound of something large moving through the undergrowth with predatory stealth. I stood up slowly, my heart hammering against my ribs so hard I was sure whatever was out there could hear it. "Hey," I called out, trying to keep my voice steady and authoritative. "If someone's out there, we have a situation here. Stay put until the authorities arrive." The rustling stopped immediately, replaced by a silence so complete it felt like being wrapped in a suffocating blanket. Even the flies stopped buzzing, hanging motionless in the air like they were frozen in time. The absence of sound was more terrifying than any noise could have been, because it meant whatever was watching me was intelligent enough to recognize the threat in my voice, and disciplined enough to go completely still. Then I saw it. A sudden flash of movement between the trees, something that shouldn't exist but undeniably did. I caught only a glimpse, but that glimpse burned itself into my memory with the clarity of a photograph. It was low-slung and muscular, built like a predator, but wrong in every possible way. Its limbs were too long for its body, giving it an spider-like quality that triggered every primitive fear humans have carried since we first huddled around fires to keep the darkness at bay. The creature reminded me of a coyote in the same way that a nightmare reminds you of reality, familiar enough to be recognizable but distorted beyond all reason. It was larger than any coyote had a right to be, with a narrower head that seemed designed for getting into tight spaces where prey might hide. Its fur was coarse and dark brown, matted with substances I didn't want to identify, and it moved with a fluid grace that spoke of perfect predatory adaptation. Before I could get a better look or even process what I was seeing, it slipped behind a massive oak tree, disappearing so completely it might have been absorbed into the bark itself. But I could still feel its presence, could sense its eyes on me, with the certainty of someone who spent their life in the wilderness, learning to read the subtle signs of being watched. I knew coyotes, had encountered them dozens of times in my years as a ranger. They were typically shy animals, more afraid of humans than we were of them. They didn't behave like this, didn't stalk park rangers in broad daylight or leave mangled bodies in their wake. And this thing's proportions were all wrong, like a child's drawing where the artist had gotten confused about how the pieces fit together. I walked backward, every survival instinct inherited from 10,000 generations of human ancestors screaming at me not to turn away from a predator. My throat felt dry as sand, and when I tried to speak, my voice came out as barely more than a whisper. "Let's not do anything stupid here." The words sounded pathetic even to me, a laughable attempt to impose human reason on something that existed outside the boundaries of human understanding. But speaking helped me focus, helped me remember that I was armed, that I had training, that I wasn't completely helpless. I had a service pistol, standard issue .40 caliber, that I'd qualified with but never needed to use in the field. The weight of it on my hip had always been reassuring, a reminder that I could handle any situation that might arise. Now it felt inadequate, like bringing a fly swatter to fight a grizzly bear. But I unclipped the holster anyway, my fingers fumbling with the safety strap as adrenaline made my hands shake. The woods felt different now, heavier, as if the very air had thickened with malevolent intent. The undergrowth seemed to press in from all sides, creating a sense of claustrophobia that made it hard to breathe. Shadows moved independently of their sources, reaching toward me with grasping tendrils that might have been tricks of light or might have been something far worse. I stepped toward a patch of sunlight filtering through the canopy, thinking I'd have a clearer view and better field of fire if whatever was stalking me decided to attack. The light felt thin and weak, providing little comfort and no real safety. Even in direct sunlight, the shadows seemed too deep, too dark, as if they were holes torn in reality itself. Then I heard footsteps. Not the padding of animal paws, or the rustle of something moving through leaves, but actual footsteps. They were faster than human pace should be, erratic in their rhythm, sometimes sounding bipedal, sometimes not. They circled around me in a pattern that spoke of intelligence, of tactical thinking, as if whatever was making them understood the concept of flanking maneuvers and was positioning itself for an optimal attack. A shout echoed through the trees, human and familiar. "Glenn, you out here?" I recognized the voice immediately. Daniel, another ranger who must have been dispatched when my radio calls started sounding urgent. Relief flooded through me so suddenly I nearly fell to my knees. Daniel was older, more experienced, a 20-year veteran who dealt with everything these mountains could throw at a person. If anyone could help me make sense of what was happening, it was him. "Dan, over here," I called back, my voice cracking with emotion I didn't want to examine too closely. "Watch yourself. We've got a situation." I glimpsed Daniel's bright orange safety jacket as he appeared between two massive hickories, moving with the careful gait of someone who'd learned not to take the forest for granted. He looked confused and alarmed when he saw me crouch near Diego's body, my pistol drawn and my eyes scanning the tree line like a soldier in a combat zone. "Holy Christ," he said when he saw the corpse, his voice dropping to a whisper that somehow seemed too loud in the unnatural silence. He hurried to my side, keeping his voice low and his own rifle ready. Daniel had served in Vietnam before becoming a ranger, and he moved with the awareness of someone who'd learned that survival often depended on expecting the unexpected. "What did this?" he asked, kneeling beside Diego's remains and examining them with professional detachment. But I could see the tension in his shoulders, the way his eyes kept flicking to the surrounding forest, and I knew he felt the same wrongness that was eating at my sanity. I shook my head, my voice barely steady. "Something that shouldn't exist. Not a normal predator, Dan. This thing's been stalking me, and I think there might be more than one." Before we could discuss it further, before I could warn him about what I'd seen in the shadows, a sudden blur of motion burst from the bushes with the explosive violence of a landmine detonating. The creature I'd glimpsed earlier launched itself forward with impossible speed, its movement so fluid and serpentine it seemed to flow rather than run. I fired a shot into the ground near its feet, hoping the noise and muzzle flash would scare it off the way it would any normal animal. Instead, the gunshot seemed to enrage it, and it came at Daniel with a snarling sound that set every tooth in my head on edge. The noise it made wasn't quite animal and wasn't quite human, but something caught between the two that violated every natural law about how living things should sound. Daniel tried to raise his rifle, but the thing moved too fast, covering the distance between them in a single bound that defied physics. It knocked him off balance with an impact that sounded like a car crash, and they went down in a tangle of limbs and rustling clothes. I tried to get a clean shot, but they were moving too fast, rolling and struggling in a life-or-death embrace that gave me no clear target. I saw Daniel's face contort in agony as the creature's jaws found their mark. He screamed, the sound tearing from his throat with raw terror. "Get it off me!" and swung wildly with his rifle, trying to use it as a club. The weapon's stock connected with the creature's skull with a sound like breaking wood, but it barely seemed to notice. I rushed in, adrenaline hammering in my veins like liquid fire, trying to get close enough for a point-blank shot that wouldn't risk hitting Daniel. Up close, the thing was even more horrifying than my brief glimpse had suggested. Its fur was coarse and matted, dark brown shot through with patches of diseased-looking bare skin. It smelled like a charnel house, like death and decay and something else that made my lizard brain scream in recognition of an apex predator. The creature's eyes were the worst part, small and intelligent, gleaming with a malevolent awareness that spoke of more than animal cunning. They were the eyes of something that understood what it was doing, that took pleasure in the hunt and the kill. Its ears were torn or misshapen, looking like they'd been chewed by something even more vicious, and its teeth were too sharp, too numerous, crowding its mouth in rows like a shark's. It had Daniel by the shoulder, its jaws clamped down with the crushing force of a bear trap. Blood soaked through Daniel's shirt and jacket, spreading in a dark stain that grew larger with each heartbeat. He struggled weakly, kicking at the creature's flank with boots that seemed to have no more effect than throwing pebbles at a tank. I fired once into its back, aiming for what I hoped would be a vital area. The bullet struck home with a wet thud, but the thing barely flinched, as if being shot was nothing more than a minor inconvenience. My hands shook as I realized that everything I'd been trained to rely on, every tool and technique that had made me confident in my ability to handle wilderness emergencies, was useless against this nightmare. I fired again, this time aiming for its head. But at the last second it jerked sideways and the bullet went wide. The creature released Daniel and spun around with unnatural fluidity, fixing those terrible small eyes on me. For a moment we stared at each other across a distance of maybe 6 feet, predator and prey sizing each other up. Then it smiled. I swear to God it smiled, pulling back its lips to reveal more teeth than any earthly creature should possess, all of them stained dark with Daniel's blood. The expression was so human and so wrong that it broke something inside my mind, some carefully maintained barrier between the rational world I thought I lived in and the chaotic nightmare that was apparently the truth. The creature turned and dashed toward a thick stand of brambles, moving so low to the ground that branches barely rustled as it passed. I tried to follow. emptying the rest of my clip into the underbrush, but it vanished into the deep forest with the same impossible speed it had shown when attacking. The woods swallowed it completely, leaving no trace except the metallic smell of blood and that lingering stench of wet fur and decay. I knelt beside Daniel, pressing my hands against the wounds on his shoulder and trying not to think about how much blood he was losing. The bite marks were deep and jagged, torn rather than cut, as if the creature's teeth had been designed to cause maximum damage rather than achieve a clean kill. Dark arterial blood seeped between my fingers no matter how much pressure I applied. "Hold on, Dan," I whispered, though I could already see the gray pallor creeping across his face. "Help's coming. Just hold on." He gripped my arm with surprising strength, his eyes wide with a fear that went deeper than physical pain. He kept whispering something I couldn't make out, his voice weak and thready. I leaned closer, trying to catch his words, but they weren't in any language I recognized. They sounded old, primal, like something humans might have spoken when we still huddled in caves and feared the darkness. Daniel's eyes rolled back, showing white, and his grip on my arm loosened. I checked his pulse, pressing my ear to his chest and listening for the sound of breath that never came. Nothing. The man who'd been alive and joking just minutes earlier was gone, leaving only cooling meat for the flies to discover. I sat back on my heels, tears stinging my eyes and a rage building in my chest that threatened to consume what was left of my sanity. I had known Daniel since I started this job, had shared countless cups of coffee and stupid jokes with him during the slow shifts. He'd been planning to retire in 2 years, had been looking forward to spending more time with his grandchildren. Now he lay still in the dirt, his blood on my hands and in the soil, feeding whatever diseased ecosystem had spawned the thing that killed him. The forest around us had gone completely silent, as if every living thing for miles around was holding its breath and waiting to see what would happen next. Even the flies had stopped buzzing, hanging motionless in the air like they were frozen in time. The silence felt pregnant with malevolent intent, as if the woods themselves were complicit in what had happened. I stood on unsteady legs, scanning the tree line with new eyes. Every shadow could hide a predator. Every rustling branch could signal an attack. The comfortable familiarity I'd felt with these woods was gone forever, replaced by the knowledge that I was an intruder in a place where human rules didn't apply. My radio crackled with static, and I realized I should report what had happened. But how do you explain something that shouldn't exist? How do you tell your supervisors that Daniel was killed by a creature that looked like it had crawled out of humanity's worst nightmares? "Base, this is Glenn," I managed, surprised by how hoarse my voice sounded. "We've lost Daniel. The animal is still out here, and it's not like anything in the wildlife manuals." The response came back, filled with static and confusion. I could hear multiple voices in the background, urgent conversations that cut off when someone keyed the microphone. They told me to retreat if I could reach a safer area and wait for the rescue team, but their voices carried an undertone that suggested they knew more about what was happening than they were saying over the radio. I felt a hollow sensation in my chest, as if someone had scooped out my insides and left me empty. The world had tilted off its axis, and everything I'd believed about the natural order had been shattered by the reality of what I'd witnessed. I'd always thought my job was relatively safe, that the worst I might encounter would be rattlesnakes or a black bear defending her cubs. Those were natural dangers, things that could be understood and dealt with through training and common sense. This creature was something else entirely, something that existed outside the boundaries of normal predator-prey relationships. It killed not for food or territory, but for reasons I couldn't begin to fathom, and it possessed an intelligence that made it far more dangerous than any mere animal. I began moving quickly back toward the main trail, following my own footprints and trying not to think about how exposed I was. Every step felt uncertain, as if the forest floor might give way beneath me and drop me into some subterranean lair where more of these things waited in the darkness. The familiar landmarks I'd known for months now seemed alien and threatening, transformed by my new understanding of what lived in these woods. Twice I paused, thinking I heard that quick scuttling sound behind me, the noise of claws on bark and the rustle of something large moving through the underbrush. But when I turned to look, gun drawn and ready, I saw nothing but trees and shadows. The absence of visible threat was almost worse than seeing the creature would have been, because it meant the thing was smart enough to stay hidden while it stalked me. I reached the old logging road where I'd arranged to meet the rescue team, an overgrown track that had once allowed timber crews to harvest the forest's giants. A broken picnic table sat near the roadside, its wood weathered and scarred by decades of weather and neglect. We'd once used it for orientation tours, pointing out different tree species and explaining forest management techniques to school groups. Now it looked like an altar in some abandoned temple, stained dark with substances I didn't want to identify. My radio crackled with updates from the rescue team. They were 20 minutes out, maybe more depending on how badly the recent rains had washed out the logging road. 20 minutes felt like 20 years when you're waiting in a place where something unnatural is hunting human beings. I kept my back to the picnic table and watched the tree line, looking for any sign of movement in the deep shadows between the trunks. The forest seemed to pulse with hidden life, every rustling branch and creaking tree potentially masking the approach of something that wanted me dead. My gun felt pathetically inadequate, a toy weapon against a predator that had shrugged off direct hits from a .40 caliber pistol. The smell lingered in the air, that mixture of wet fur and decay that seemed to be the creature's calling card. It was faint but persistent, carried on air currents that shifted and swirled in patterns that defied the wind direction. Sometimes it seemed to come from the north, sometimes from the south, as if multiple sources were surrounding my position. When I heard the rescue team's truck finally rumbling up the uneven logging road, grinding through mud holes and scraping over fallen branches, I flagged them down with movements that probably looked desperate. The sound of human voices and diesel engines was the most beautiful thing I'd heard all day, a reminder that civilization still existed somewhere beyond the boundaries of this nightmare forest. The team included paramedics, but they were too late for Daniel. His body would have to be retrieved by a separate crew with proper equipment for handling what was now a crime scene. They took my statement, and I tried to explain what had happened without sounding completely insane. I could see the skepticism in their eyes, the look that said they thought shock and trauma were making me see things that weren't there. Soon the area would be flooded with more rangers, wildlife experts, law enforcement officers, and bureaucrats who would try to fit what had happened into neat categories that made sense in their well-ordered world. They would search for rational explanations, look for known predators that might account for the deaths, file reports that reduced human tragedy to statistical data. But I knew they would never find the truth, because the truth was something that couldn't be filed away or explained by existing scientific knowledge. They would find tracks, maybe some fur samples, possibly even photographs or video if they were very lucky. But they would never capture one of these creatures alive, and they would never understand what they were dealing with until it was too late. For now, I leaned against the truck's door and tried not to shake while the medics asked if I was hurt. I told them I wasn't, just rattled. But that was a lie. Something inside me had been broken, some fundamental assumption about the nature of reality that could never be repaired. I was hurt in ways that wouldn't show up on any medical examination. Another ranger, a young guy named Kevin who reminded me of myself before this day, patted my shoulder and handed me a bottle of water. We all stood there looking into the trees, feeling uneasy and uncertain in ways we couldn't articulate. The forest watched us back with patient malevolence, and I could see in Kevin's eyes that he felt it too, that primitive recognition of being in the presence of something that considered us prey. They would search the woods, of course. Teams of experts would comb through every square inch of forest, looking for evidence that would help them understand what had killed Diego and Daniel. They would find tracks that didn't match any known species, hair samples that would confuse laboratory technicians, and bite patterns that would rewrite textbooks about predatory behavior. But they would never find the creatures themselves, because these things had been hiding in the deep places of the world for longer than human civilization had existed. I kept thinking about that smile, the way the creature had pulled back its lips in an expression of pure malevolent intelligence. It wasn't just hungry or territorial. It was something far worse, a predator that understood its prey, that took pleasure in the fear and suffering it caused. The deaths weren't random acts of animal aggression. They were carefully planned executions, carried out by something that had studied human behavior and learned our weaknesses. The ride back to the station passed in a blur of trees and shadows, every mile taking me further from the immediate danger, but closer to the moment when I would have to try to explain the unexplainable. Through the truck's windows, I watched the sunlight flicker through the branches, creating patterns that seemed to move with deliberate intent. Even in the safety of the vehicle, I felt exposed, watched, as if something was tracking our progress and planning its next move. At the station, the atmosphere was thick with tension and whispered conversations that stopped when I entered the room. Word had already spread about Daniel's death, and I could see questions in everyone's eyes that they were afraid to ask. The official story would probably involve a bear attack or a pack of feral dogs, something that could be understood and dealt with through conventional means. But the people who worked these woods every day knew better. They had heard the stories, seen the signs, felt the wrongness that permeated certain areas of the forest. I spent the rest of that day answering questions from investigators who took notes with the mechanical precision of people trying not to think too hard about what they were writing down. They asked about the creature's size, its behavior, any identifying characteristics that might help classify it. I told them everything I could remember, watching their expressions grow more skeptical with each detail that didn't fit into their understanding of how the natural world worked. One investigator, a wildlife biologist named Dr. Sarah Chen, seemed different from the others. She listened to my account with the attention of someone who had encountered mysteries before, and when I described the creature's intelligence, the way it had smiled before disappearing, she nodded as if such behavior wasn't entirely unprecedented. "There have been reports," she said quietly, glancing around to make sure we weren't overheard. "Other incidents in remote areas, things that don't make it into official files because they're too difficult to explain. Witnesses who describe creatures that don't match any known species. Attacks that show signs of intelligence and planning rather than random animal aggression." She leaned closer, her voice dropping to a whisper. "What you saw today isn't unique, Glenn. There are things living in the wild places of the world that science hasn't cataloged yet. Things that have learned to avoid human contact except when they choose otherwise. Most of the time they stay hidden, but sometimes something drives them out of their normal territory, or they decide that humans are encroaching too much on their domain." The implications of what she was saying hit me like a physical blow. If these creatures existed in other places, if there had been other incidents, then what had happened to Diego and Daniel wasn't an isolated event. It was part of a larger pattern, an ongoing conflict between humanity and something that had every reason to consider us invaders in their ancient territory. That night, I lay in my small apartment on the edge of town, staring at the ceiling and listening to every sound that filtered through the walls. The familiar creaks and settling noises of the building seemed different now, potentially significant in ways they had never been before. When the wind picked up and branches scraped against my windows, I found myself reaching for the pistol I kept in my nightstand drawer. Sleep, when it finally came, brought dreams filled with small eyes and too many teeth, visions of creatures moving through darkness with the fluid grace of natural-born killers. I woke repeatedly, drenched in sweat and certain that something was watching me from the shadows in the corner of my room. Each time I turned on the lights, I found nothing but familiar furniture and the mundane debris of ordinary life. But the feeling of being observed never completely went away. The next morning brought news that made my blood run cold. Another hiker had been reported missing, a woman named Jennifer Walsh who had been camping alone in a different section of the forest. Her abandoned tent had been found by a group of day hikers, but like Diego's gear, it showed signs of violent damage that didn't match any normal animal behavior. The fabric had been shredded in precise patterns, and her sleeping bag was soaked with something dark that wasn't rainwater. I volunteered to join the search team, despite my supervisor's suggestion that I might want to take some time off to recover from what I'd experienced. But I couldn't stay away, couldn't shake the feeling that I had a responsibility to find Jennifer before she suffered the same fate as Diego and Daniel. If there was even a chance she was still alive, I had to try to help her. The search led us deeper into the forest than I had ever ventured, into areas where the canopy grew so thick that noon felt like twilight and strange flowers bloomed in colors that seemed to hurt the eyes. The air itself felt different here, thicker and harder to breathe, carrying scents that spoke of decay and ancient secrets. Our radio communication became spotty, filled with static that sometimes sounded almost like voices whispering in languages that predated human civilization. We found Jennifer's body near a natural clearing where massive stones had been arranged in patterns that definitely weren't random. The placement was too precise, too deliberate, forming geometric shapes that seemed to focus and concentrate the unnatural atmosphere that permeated this part of the forest. Jennifer lay in the center of the stone circle, positioned with the same ritualistic care that had characterized Diego's death. But this time, we weren't alone when we made the discovery. They emerged from the forest around us with the coordinated precision of a military unit. More of the creatures than I had dared to imagine might exist. At least 6 of them, possibly more hidden in the deeper shadows, moving with that same fluid grace that defied natural physics. They didn't attack immediately, instead surrounding our search team in a perfect circle and watching us with those small, intelligent eyes. The lead creature, larger than the others and bearing scars that spoke of countless battles, stepped forward into the clearing. Its movement was deliberate, almost ceremonial, and when it opened its mouth to speak, the sound that emerged was like nothing I had ever heard from any living thing. It wasn't quite language and it wasn't quite animal vocalization, but something between the two that conveyed meaning on a level deeper than conscious thought. The words, if they could be called words, seemed to bypass my ears entirely and speak directly to the most primitive parts of my brain. The message was simple and terrifying in its clarity. "This is our place. You are trespassing. Leave now, or join the others who thought they could walk here freely." For a moment that felt like hours, we stared at each other across the clearing, human and inhuman, separated by an evolutionary gulf that had somehow been bridged by mutual recognition of intelligence. Then one of the younger rangers, a kid named Tyler who had never encountered anything worse than a lost Boy Scout, raised his rifle with shaking hands. The lead creature tilted its head, an almost human gesture of curiosity, and smiled that same terrible smile I had seen before. In that expression was a challenge, an invitation to try our luck against predators that had been perfecting their hunting techniques for millennia before humans invented fire. Tyler fired a single shot that went wide, the bullet burying itself harmlessly in the trunk of an ancient oak. The creature's smile widened, revealing more teeth than should have been able to fit in any mouth, and it began to move forward with the unhurried confidence of something that knew exactly how this encounter would end. I grabbed Tyler's arm and pulled him backward, shouting for the entire team to retreat. We ran through the forest with the desperate speed of prey animals, crashing through underbrush and leaping over fallen logs while behind us, the creatures followed at their own pace. They could have caught us easily, could have picked us off one by one as we stumbled through their territory, but they chose not to, content to herd us toward the forest's edge like wolves driving sheep. We didn't stop running until we reached the main road, where our vehicles waited like metallic lifelines connecting us to the civilized world. Only when we were safely inside, doors locked and engines running, did we allow ourselves to believe we might survive the day. But even then, I could see the creatures watching us from the tree line, patient and confident, waiting for the next group of humans foolish enough to wander into their domain. The official reports would classify Jennifer's death as another animal attack, probably by the same pack of feral dogs or rogue bear that had supposedly killed Diego and Daniel. The stone circle would be attributed to Native American religious practices, and the damaged campsite would be explained away as normal predator behavior. Within a month, the area would be reopened to hikers with nothing more than a few additional warning signs about wildlife safety. But I knew the truth, and that knowledge changed everything about how I saw the world. The wilderness wasn't empty space waiting to be conquered by human expansion. It was occupied territory, home to things that had been here long before our species learned to walk upright, and they were growing tired of our intrusions into their ancient domain. I left the Park Service 6 months later, unable to continue working in a place where I knew every trail might lead to an encounter with something that wanted me dead. But the creatures followed me even into retirement, visiting my dreams with those patient, intelligent eyes, and that smile that promised eventual reckoning. Sometimes, late at night when the wind is blowing through the trees outside my new home in the suburbs, I think I catch a glimpse of movement in the shadows, a shape that moves too fluidly to be human, too purposefully to be a normal animal. And I remember the message that had been conveyed without words in that forest clearing. We know where you are. We remember your scent. And when the time comes, when we decide that humanity is pushed too far into places that were never meant for you, we will come for all of you. Until that day, I wait and watch and try not to think about the smell of wet fur and the sound of claws on bark. But I know that someday, when the last wild places have been paved over and the last forests have been clear-cut, these creatures will emerge from whatever deep holes they've been hiding in and remind us that we were never really the apex predators we thought ourselves to be. The Cherokee National Forest still stands, still draws hikers and campers who believe they're visiting an empty wilderness. The warning signs are still posted, still routinely ignored by people who think human technology and intelligence have made us immune to natural selection. And in the deepest parts of those woods, where the trees grow thick enough to block out the sun and strange flowers bloom in impossible colors, ancient predators wait with patient hunger for the next group of humans, foolish enough to believe they belong in places that were never meant for them. I carry their scent with me still, that mixture of wet fur and decay that marked their territory and their victims. Sometimes I smell it on the wind, carried from forests hundreds of miles away, and I know that what I encountered wasn't unique to Tennessee. These creatures exist wherever humans haven't completely conquered the wild, hiding in plain sight and waiting for their chance to remind us that we are not, and have never been, alone on this planet. The hunt continues, and we are still the prey. The screaming started at 3:47 a.m., cutting through the February blizzard like a rusty blade through flesh. You jolted upright in your narrow bunk, heart hammering against your ribs as the sound echoed off the walls of Cascade Ridge Station. 14 years as a park ranger in Washington's Olympic National Forest had taught you to distinguish between the cries of animals in distress, the groans of wind-stressed timber, and the occasional lost hiker's call for help. This was none of those things. This was something trying very hard to sound human. The emergency radio crackled to life on your nightstand, static washing over Sarah Winter's voice from the main ranger station 40 miles south. Cascade Ridge, this is Olympic Base. We're getting reports of distressed calls in your sector. Can you confirm? You fumbled for the handset, your breath forming clouds in the frigid air. The station's heating system had been struggling against the unprecedented cold snap that had locked the mountains in its grip for the past week. Olympic Base, this is Cascade Ridge. I heard it too. Single source, duration maybe 15 seconds. Sounded like it came from the northeast quadrant. Copy that. Be advised, we've had 3 missing persons reports in the last 48 hours, all experienced hikers who should have known better than to be out in this weather. Local SAR is grounded until the storm passes. The screaming came again, longer this time, with a quality that made your skin crawl. It rose and fell in a rhythm that almost resembled speech, but the words, if they were words, belonged to no language you'd ever heard. Olympic Base, that's not a person in distress, you said, surprising yourself with how steady your voice sounded. I'm going to investigate. Negative, Cascade Ridge. Visibility is near zero. Temperatures dropping to -20. You know protocol. Protocol. You'd written half the emergency procedures for isolated stations like this one. But protocol didn't account for the way that sound seemed to burrow into your skull and take root there. Or the absolute certainty growing in your gut that something was very wrong in your forest. I'm suited for cold weather operations, Base. I can handle a short-range reconnaissance. A long pause filled only with static. Your call, Ranger. But you check in every 15 minutes, understood? Understood. You'd been stationed at Cascade Ridge for 3 winters now, ever since the divorce finalized, and you'd requested the most isolated posting available. The station was essentially a glorified cabin, built to house a single ranger during the months when deep snow made the mountain roads impassable. Most rangers considered it a punishment assignment. For you, it had become a sanctuary. The isolation suited you, up here. 40 miles from the nearest town and accessible only by snowmobile or helicopter. You could work without the complications of human politics, departmental bureaucracy, or well-meaning colleagues who thought you should get back out there and start living again. The forest didn't judge. It simply was, in all its harsh and beautiful indifference. But as you pulled on layer after layer of cold weather gear, you found yourself wishing for the first time in years that you weren't quite so alone. The storm had been building for days, transforming the familiar landscape into something alien and hostile. What had been gentle slopes and well-marked trails just a week ago were now buried under 6 feet of snow, with drifts twice that height sculpted by winds that howled down from the peaks like the voices of angry spirits. You strapped on your snowshoes and stepped out into the maelstrom. The cold hit you like a physical blow, even through your insulated gear. Your breath froze instantly, forming ice crystals that clung to your balaclava. The beam of your heavy-duty flashlight penetrated maybe 10 feet before being swallowed by the swirling wall of snow. Following the sound would be nearly impossible under these conditions, but you had advantages that most people didn't. You knew every ridge, every stand of trees, every depression in this section of forest. More importantly, you knew how sound traveled here, how the mountain terrain could amplify and redirect even the smallest noise. The screaming had come from the northeast, which meant the old-growth section near Whitewater Creek. It was rugged country even in good weather, full of deadfalls and hidden ravines that could easily claim an unprepared hiker. In conditions like this, it was a death trap. You keyed your radio. Olympic Base, Cascade Ridge. I'm approximately 200 yards northeast of the station, moving toward Whitewater Creek drainage. Copy. How's the going? Slow but manageable. No further contact from our unknown source. That wasn't entirely true. You hadn't heard the screaming again, but something else was bothering you. Something you couldn't quite identify. It took you nearly 10 minutes of trudging through thigh-deep snow before you realized what it was. The forest was too quiet. Even in the worst winter storms, there should have been some signs of life. The rustle of small creatures in the undergrowth, the distant crack of ice-laden branches, the soft thump of snow sliding off pine boughs. Instead, there was only the wind and the crunch of your snowshoes. It reminded you of the eerie silence that sometimes fell over battlefields, according to your grandfather's war stories. The kind of quiet that settled over places where something terrible had happened, as if nature itself was holding its breath. You were so focused on the unnatural silence that you almost missed the tracks. They appeared suddenly in the overlapping beams of your flashlight, cutting across a small clearing where the wind had scoured the snow down to a more manageable depth. At first glance, they looked almost human, the right general size and shape, spaced about right for bipedal locomotion. But as you knelt for a closer look, the differences became clear. The tracks were wrong in ways that made your trained eye want to reject what it was seeing. They were human-sized but too wide, with what appeared to be elongated toes that ended in deep gouges in the frozen ground beneath the snow. Most disturbing of all, they seemed to show areas where the skin or outer surface had come loose, leaving ragged edges and strange patterns that looked almost like something had been partially skinned while still walking. You photographed the tracks with your camera, though. You doubted the images would capture the full strangeness of what you were seeing. As you worked, a new sound reached your ears, not the screaming this time, but a rhythmic scraping, like something being dragged across rough bark. The sound was coming from deeper in the forest, toward the creek. You keyed your radio again. Olympic Base, I've found tracks. Unusual configuration. I'm going to follow them. Description? You hesitated. How do you describe tracks that shouldn't exist? Large humanoid prints, but distorted. Possible injured hiker, though the gait pattern is unusual. Copy. Exercise extreme caution. The tracks led you down a steep slope toward the frozen creek bed, winding between massive Douglas firs that rose like cathedral columns into the storm-darkened sky. The scraping sound grew louder as you descended, accompanied now by a wet, tearing noise that made your stomach clench. At the bottom of the slope, you found the source of the sounds, and wished you hadn't. The thing crouched beside Whitwater Creek was wearing Fletcher Morrison's face. You knew it was Fletcher because you'd checked his backcountry permit just 3 days ago, remembered his nervous laugh when you'd warned him about the incoming storm. He'd been an experienced hiker from Seattle, confident in his gear and abilities despite your recommendations that he postpone his solo trek until the weather cleared. Now Fletcher, or what had been Fletcher, knelt in the snow with his back to you, methodically peeling strips of bark from a massive cedar trunk with movements that were too fluid, too purposeful, for someone who should have been dead from exposure hours ago. The scraping sound you'd been hearing was Fletcher's fingernails, except they weren't fingernails anymore. They'd grown into curved yellow talons that cut through the bark like it was paper, leaving deep gouges in the ancient wood. Each strip he pulled free revealed pale, writhing things underneath that might have been grubs, or might have been something much worse. These he ate with mechanical precision, never pausing, never looking up from his work. He should have backed away immediately, should have returned to the station and called for backup, for a hazmat team, for anyone who might have training in dealing with whatever biological or chemical agent had done this to Fletcher. Instead, you found yourself frozen in place, watching in fascinated horror as the thing that had been a man continued its methodical feeding. That was when you noticed the skin. Great sheets of it hung from Fletcher's arms and back like a loose coat, flapping in the wind. In some places it had torn completely away, revealing dark muscle tissue that moved with an oily liquid quality, or the skin remained attached. It had a translucent quality that reminded you of a snake preparing to shed. But unlike a snake, Fletcher's skin was growing back even as it fell away. You could see new tissue forming at the edges of the tears, spreading outward with visible speed. The process looked agonizing, but Fletcher gave no sign of pain. He simply continued his feeding, occasionally making soft sounds of satisfaction that were the most human thing about him. Your radio crackled softly in the silence. Cascade Ridge. This is Olympic Base. Status report. The sound made Fletcher's head twitch slightly, not turn, just a small, bird-like jerk to one side, as if he was listening to something very far away. You held your breath, not daring to respond to the radio call. After a moment, Fletcher resumed his feeding. But now you could see his profile, and what you saw made your knees weak. His face was coming off. Not all at once, like a mask being removed, but in long strips that peeled away from the skull beneath. New skin was forming underneath, but it wasn't quite right. The features were subtly wrong, as if someone with only a vague understanding of human anatomy was trying to reconstruct Fletcher from memory. The eyes were the worst part. They'd grown larger and developed a reflective quality that made them shine like an animal's in the beam of your flashlight. When Fletcher blinked, which he did with disturbing frequency, the sound was wet and sticky, like adhesive tape being pulled apart. Cascade Ridge, please respond, came Sarah's voice again, more insistent this time. Fletcher's head turned toward you with the smooth, continuous motion of a security camera following a target. The face that looked back at you was recognizably Fletcher's, but wrong in every detail. The mouth was too wide, stretching nearly to the ears. The nose had flattened against the skull, leaving only dark holes for breathing, and those eyes, those horrible silver eyes, focused on you with unmistakable intelligence. It smiled. The expression split its face nearly in half, revealing rows of teeth that had been filed or grown into sharp points. When it spoke, the voice was Fletcher's, but the words came out wrong, as if it was speaking through a mouth full of water. "Ranger," it said. and the word was perfectly clear despite the impossible anatomy producing it. "I've been waiting for you." You fumbled for your sidearm, a .40 caliber pistol that suddenly felt inadequate for whatever this situation had become. "Stay where you are," you managed to say, though your voice came out as barely more than a whisper. Fletcher laughed, and the sound was like breaking glass mixed with rushing water. "You don't understand," it said, rising from its crouch with movements that involved too many joints bending in too many directions. "I'm not the one you need to be afraid of." As if in response to its words, the screaming started again. But not from Fletcher. This time it came from all around you, echoing off the trees and the rock faces of the creek bed. Multiple voices, all crying out in that same inhuman language you'd heard from the station. And they were getting closer. "There are more of us now," Fletcher said conversationally, taking a step toward you. Its skin continued to slough off with each movement, revealing the dark, wet tissue beneath. "The change is spreading. Soon everyone in your pretty little forest will understand what I understand." "Which is what?" you asked, mainly to keep it talking while you tried to figure out your next move. The radio calls from Olympic Base had stopped, but you could hear static that might have been attempts to reach you. "That this form," Fletcher gestured to its dissolving body, "is just the beginning. The meat you wear, the shape you think defines you. It's all just clothing, and I've learned how to change my clothes." To demonstrate, Fletcher's face began to shift and flow like heated wax. The features you'd recognized melted away and reformed into something else entirely. The broad, weathered face of Tom Hendricks, the veteran ranger who'd trained you when you first started working in the park system. "Do you like this better?" it asked in Tom's gravelly voice. "I found his tracks yesterday. He was trying to reach your station when the storm hit. Very considerate of him to provide such detailed impressions in the snow." The implications of what Fletcher was saying hit you like a physical blow. "You're saying you can copy people?" "Copy, yes. That's a good word for it." The thing wearing Tom's face nodded approvingly. "Though improve might be more accurate. Watch." Fletcher raised one arm, and you saw that the skin there was beginning to harden into overlapping plates, like natural armor. The fingers extended into those terrible claws you'd seen it use on the tree bark. Most disturbing of all, a second arm was beginning to grow from its shoulder, emerging from the dissolving tissue like a plant breaking through soil. "The original form is so limiting," Fletcher continued, flexing its new limb experimentally. "2 arms, 2 legs, 1 mouth, but why accept such constraints when the flesh is so malleable?" The screaming around you was getting louder, and you could now see movement in the trees, shapes that might have been human if you didn't look too closely, shambling through the snow with the same too fluid motion Fletcher displayed. You keyed your radio without taking your eyes off the creature. "Olympic Base, this is Cascade Ridge. I have an emergency situation. Multiple casualties, unknown biological agent. Request immediate evacuation and hazmat response." Only static answered you. Fletcher laughed again, and this time other voices joined in from the darkness. A chorus of things that had once been human, now celebrating some private joke at your expense. "I'm afraid your radio won't work much longer," Fletcher said, its Tom face twisting into an expression of mock sympathy. "The change affects technology too, eventually. Metal corrodes, electronics fail. Even your precious station will start to adapt once we've had enough time to work on it." You backed away slowly, trying to keep Fletcher in sight while scanning for escape routes. The creek bed was a natural trap, steep banks on both sides, nowhere to run except up or downstream, and given the sounds coming from both directions, neither option looked promising. "Why are you telling me all this?" you asked. "Because," Fletcher said, and suddenly it was using your own voice, somehow perfectly mimicking the tone and inflection. "I want you to understand what's going to happen to you. The others, the ones who came before, they fought the change, made it messy, painful, but you're different. You're alone up here by choice. You understand isolation, transformation." It took another step closer, and you could smell it now. Not the clean scent of pine and snow you associated with winter in the mountains, but something organic and wrong, like meat left too long in the sun. "I can make it easy for you," Fletcher continued in your own voice, the words sounding obscene coming from that shifting, melting face. "Quick, almost pleasant if you don't resist. All you have to do is let me touch you." The thing that had been Fletcher extended one hand toward you, palm up in a gesture of invitation. The skin there was transparent enough that you could see the bones beneath, but they weren't human bones anymore. Too long, with extra joints, and something like veins or tendrils connecting them in patterns that hurt to look at directly. You raised your pistol and aimed for center mass. "I think I'll pass." Fletcher's expression didn't change, but The other sounds in the forest stopped abruptly. The sudden silence was even more terrifying than the screaming had been. "That won't help you," Fletcher said sadly. "But I understand. The fear makes you want to fight. It's natural." You squeezed the trigger. The bullet took Fletcher's center mass exactly where you'd aimed it. The impact spun the creature around and dropped it face first into the snow, black fluid spreading in a widening pool around the entry wound. For a moment, you allowed yourself to believe you'd solved the problem. Then Fletcher pushed itself up on its arms and turned to look at you over its shoulder, wearing an expression of mild annoyance. "That was rude," it said in Tom's voice, though something had happened to its mouth during the fall. The lower jaw now unhinged like a snake's, giving it a cavernous maw lined with those needle-sharp teeth. "I was trying to be civilized about this." You fired again and again, putting 3 more rounds into Fletcher's torso. Each shot produced the same result, a spray of dark fluid, a momentary pause, and then business as usual. Whatever Fletcher had become, conventional weapons weren't going to stop it. The creature flowed back to its feet with that unnatural grace, seemingly unbothered by the holes in its body. If anything, the wounds appeared to be closing, new tissue growing over the damaged areas like time-lapse footage of healing. "The bullets pass right through," Fletcher explained helpfully, brushing snow off what remained of its clothing. "The flesh remembers its shape, you see, returns to form. It's really quite elegant once you understand the process." Around the creek bed, more shapes were emerging from the tree line. You caught glimpses of faces you recognized. Mary Chen from the visitor center, Rick Kowalski from Search and Rescue, others whose names escaped you but whose features were burned into memory from staff meetings and training exercises. All of them showed the same signs of transformation you'd seen in Fletcher. Skin sloughing off in sheets, features flowing and reforming, extra limbs beginning to bud from torsos and shoulders. But these new arrivals hung back, forming a loose circle around the clearing but coming no closer. They watched the confrontation between you and Fletcher with the patient attention of spectators at a sporting event. "They're waiting," you realized aloud. "Very good," Fletcher said approvingly. "They want to see how this plays out, whether you'll be reasonable or if we'll need to do this the hard way." "What's the hard way?" Fletcher's face, still wearing Tom's features, though they were becoming increasingly distorted, split into that impossible grin. "We hold you down and let the change work slowly. Takes much longer that way. Days, sometimes, and you're conscious for all of it." You ejected the spent magazine from your pistol and slammed in a fresh one, though you suspected it would be just as useless as the first. "And the easy way? I touch you. The change happens all at once, over in minutes, much more humane." The radio at your belt crackled with static, and through the interference you could just make out Sarah's voice. "Cascade Ridge. Anyone. Olympic Base. Respond." The sound made Fletcher tilt its head to one side, listening. "She's worried about you," it observed. "Your dispatcher. She's been trying to reach you for the last 20 minutes. Should I tell you what we're going to do to her when we reach the main station?" White-hot rage flared in your chest, cutting through the fear that had been paralyzing you. "You're not going anywhere near Olympic Base." "Oh, but we are," Fletcher said with mock sadness. "The change needs to spread, you see. It's not content to stay here in your little corner of the forest. It wants to grow, to encompass everything, to show all of humanity what they could become if they'd just let go of their attachment to a single static form." The creature began walking toward you, moving with deliberate slowness, its feet squelched in the snow, leaving those same wrong-shaped tracks you'd been following. The other transformed figures moved with it, tightening their circle but still maintaining their distance. "But first," Fletcher continued, "we need you to join us. You're the key, you see. The ranger who knows all the roads, all the radio frequencies, all the emergency procedures. With your knowledge and our abilities, we can reach the populated areas before anyone knows what's happening." You backed toward the creek bank, trying to buy time to think. The water beneath the ice was moving fast. You could hear it rushing over the rocks even through the frozen surface. If you could somehow get Fletcher out onto the ice, maybe break through. "Winter runoff moves pretty fast through here," you said conversationally, edging toward the creek. "Current strong enough to pull a person under the ice and carry them downstream for miles." Fletcher paused, its head tilting again in that bird-like gesture. "You're thinking of trying to drown me. Interesting. But I don't breathe the way you do anymore. Haven't needed to for hours." To demonstrate, Fletcher held its breath for a full minute while staring at you with those silver eyes. When it finally exhaled, the breath came out as a cloud of something that wasn't quite steam and wasn't quite smoke, carrying a smell like rotting flowers. "The change affects everything," it explained. cellular structure, metabolic processes, even basic chemistry. I could survive underwater indefinitely now. The cold doesn't bother me. Neither does hunger, though I do enjoy eating. The bark from these trees, for instance, has a lovely flavor, like cinnamon mixed with copper. Your retreat had brought you to the very edge of the creek bank. Below, you could see the dark water moving under a thin skin of ice. It would be numbingly cold, probably fatal within minutes even with your cold weather gear. But at this point, freezing to death was starting to look like a best-case scenario. Fletcher seemed to read your thoughts. "Please don't do anything hasty," it said, extending one of its grotesquely modified hands toward you. "I promise the transformation doesn't hurt much." That's when you noticed something that Fletcher apparently hadn't. The other creatures in the circle weren't just watching anymore. They were whispering to each other in that liquid language you'd heard earlier, their voices taking on an agitated quality. And they were all looking past you, toward something on the opposite side of the creek. You risked a glance over your shoulder and saw a figure standing among the trees on the far bank. At first you thought it was just another transformed victim, but as your eyes adjusted to the darkness, you realized this one was different. This one was human. The newcomer was tall and lean, dressed in military surplus gear that had seen better days. A rifle was slung across his shoulder, and even from a distance you could see the confident way he held himself, someone accustomed to dangerous situations. But most importantly, he wasn't melting. Fletcher had noticed the new arrival too, and for the first time since the confrontation began, the creature looked genuinely concerned. "That's unfortunate," it muttered, its voice taking on a quality like grinding stone. "I was hoping we'd have more time before they found us." "They?" you asked. "The ones who've been hunting us," Fletcher said, its attention now divided between you and the figure across the creek. "The ones who think they understand what we've become." The newcomer cupped his hands around his mouth and called out across the water, "Ranger, can you hear me?" "I can hear you," you shouted back. "When I give the signal, jump in the water and swim downstream. Don't look back." Fletcher laughed, the sound echoing off the canyon walls. "He thinks the water will protect you. How quaint." But the other creatures were backing away now, retreating into the tree line with obvious reluctance. Whatever they feared about the newcomer, it was enough to override their interest in watching your transformation. The man across the creek raised his rifle and sighted down the barrel. Now, you didn't hesitate. You jumped. The water hit you like liquid lightning, driving every molecule of air from your lungs and sending shock waves of cold through your body that made your bones ache. The current grabbed you immediately, spinning you around and slamming you into submerged rocks before you could even attempt to swim. Above the surface you could hear gunfire, not the sharp crack of your service pistol, but the deeper boom of a high-powered rifle. Someone was screaming, though whether it was Fletcher or one of the other creatures was impossible to tell through the rushing water and your own gasping attempts to breathe. The creek carried you downstream faster than you would have thought possible, tumbling you over boulders and through narrow channels between ice formations. Your heavy winter gear, which had been essential for survival in the storm, now threatened to drag you under. You managed to kick off your snowshoes and shed your outer parka before hypothermia could shut down your motor functions entirely. After what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes, you managed to grab hold of a fallen log that extended into the water from the bank. Your hands were already numb, making it difficult to maintain your grip, but you hauled yourself out of the current and collapsed onto the snow-covered shore. You lay there for several minutes, shivering violently and trying to assess your condition. Hypothermia was setting in fast. You could feel the telltale confusion beginning to cloud your thoughts. You needed shelter and warmth immediately, or the creatures wouldn't have to worry about transforming you. The cold would finish you off first. That's when you heard footsteps crunching through the snow. You rolled over and fumbled for your pistol, though your hands were shaking too badly to aim with any accuracy. The figure approaching through the trees was the same person you'd seen across the creek, and he had his rifle trained on you with professional competence. "Easy," he said, his voice calm and authoritative. "I'm not going to hurt you, but I need to make sure you're still you before we go any further." What do you mean?" you managed to say through chattering teeth. "The things you just encountered, they can mimic human appearance for short periods after initial contact. I need to verify that you haven't been compromised." He kept the rifle pointed at you while pulling a small device from his coat pocket. It looked like a modified thermometer, with a digital display and several blinking lights. "Skin temperature," he explained, pointing the device at you. "The transformed run about 15 degrees cooler than normal humans, side effect of their altered metabolism." The device beeped, and the man's posture relaxed slightly. 98.4, you're clean. He slung the rifle over his shoulder and extended a hand to help you up. Marcus Webb, CDC Special Investigations Unit, and you're hypothermic as hell. You accepted his help getting to your feet, though your legs felt like rubber. CDC? This is a medical situation? Among other things, Webb said grimly. Right now, though, we need to get you warmed up and somewhere safe. How far to your station? You tried to orient yourself, but the combination of the dark, the storm, and your worsening hypothermia made it difficult to recognize landmarks. Maybe 2 miles upstream? But those things are between us and… No, they're not, Webb interrupted. They scattered when they realized what they were dealing with. The transformation makes them stronger and more adaptable, but it also makes them cautious. They've learned to fear certain things. Like what? Webb was already moving, checking a GPS unit while scanning the forest around you. Like the fact that we figured out how to kill them permanently. He led you through the trees at a pace that should have been impossible to maintain in the deep snow. But somehow Webb seemed to glide over the surface while you floundered behind him. Despite your condition, you noticed that he moved with the easy confidence of someone who'd spent significant time in wilderness environments. How long have you been tracking them, you asked, mainly to keep talking and stay conscious. About 3 weeks, since the first reports came in from a logging camp near Mount Baker. By the time our team arrived, half the crew had been transformed and the other half were dead. We've been following the spread pattern south ever since. Spread pattern? Webb glanced back at you, and you could see grim satisfaction in his expression. It's not random. They're following predetermined routes, logging roads, hiking trails, anything that connects remote areas to populated centers. Someone or something is directing them. The implications of what he was saying began to sink in despite your mental fog. You're talking about an organized intelligence behind this. I'm talking about an invasion, Webb said bluntly. These things aren't just randomly transforming people. They're building a network, using human knowledge and infrastructure to spread as efficiently as possible. You were quiet for several minutes, focusing on putting one foot in front of the other while processing this information. When you finally spoke, your voice came out smaller than you'd intended. How many people are we talking about? In this region? Maybe 50 confirmed transformations, twice that many missing and presumed dead. But if they reach the Seattle metro area… Webb didn't finish the thought, but he didn't have to. Through the trees ahead, you could see the lights of Cascade Ridge Station, though they seemed dimmer than they should have been. As you got closer, you realized why. Several of the windows were dark, and the main radio antenna was bent at an odd angle. They've been here, Webb said, unsling his rifle again. The station's front door was standing open, banging against the frame in the wind. Snow had blown into the main room, covering your desk and equipment in a thin layer of white. But it was the smell that told you the real story. That same organic, wrong scent you'd detected from Fletcher, now concentrated and overwhelming in the confined space. Webb pulled out a flashlight and began a systematic search of the building while you stood shivering in the doorway, trying to process what you were seeing. Your carefully organized station had been transformed into something that looked almost organic. The walls were covered with a thin film that glistened wetly in the flashlight beam, and what had been your radio equipment now looked partially dissolved. Metal components fused together in impossible configurations. They were here for at least several hours, Webb said, emerging from the back room. Long enough to begin the conversion process on your equipment. Good thing you weren't here when they arrived. Conversion process? They don't just transform living tissue. Give them enough time, and they can alter the molecular structure of almost anything. Metals become more malleable. Electronics develop organic characteristics. Eventually, the distinction between technology and biology starts to break down entirely. Webb moved to what had been your heating system and began examining the pipes and vents. This is actually good news, he said. They haven't finished the job, which means they left in a hurry. Probably when they realized I was in the area. How would they know that? Because I've killed a lot of them over the past few weeks. Word gets around even among transformed individuals. They retain human intelligence, human memory. They learn to avoid threats. Webb's matter-of-fact tone was almost as disturbing as the situation itself. You were dealing with someone who'd made hunting these creatures his profession, and he was good at it. There should be emergency supplies in the basement, you said, though you weren't sure how much of the building's infrastructure was still functional. Cold weather gear, medical kit, emergency radio. Lead the way. The basement had been spared the worst of the organic transformation, though the walls showed early signs of the same glossy coating you'd seen upstairs. Webb found a space heater that still worked and got it running while you changed into dry clothes and wrapped yourself in thermal blankets. As feeling returned to your extremities, You were finally able to think clearly enough to ask the questions that had been building up. What exactly are these things? Where did they come from? Webb was assembling what looked like specialized ammunition for his rifle, rounds that glowed with a faint blue light. Best guess? Some kind of parasitic organism, possibly extraterrestrial in origin. It doesn't just infect human hosts, it completely rewrites their cellular structure, turns them into something new. And you can kill them? With the right tools, yes. Turns out they're vulnerable to certain frequencies of electromagnetic radiation. These rounds contain a compound that produces the right wavelength on impact. He held up one of the glowing bullets. One shot to center mass, and the transformation process reverses itself, very messily. How did you figure that out? Webb's expression darkened. Trial and error. Lost a lot of good people in the process. The emergency radio crackled to life in the corner, Sarah's voice cutting through heavy static. Any station, any station. This is Olympic Base calling emergency. We have reports of disturbances at multiple locations. Any rangers in the field, please respond immediately. You looked at Webb, who shrugged. Your call. But if you answer that, you'll have to tell them what's really happening out here. Are you ready for that conversation? You considered the question. A few hours ago, your biggest concern had been getting through another lonely winter at an isolated duty station. Now you were part of something that sounded like the opening chapter of humanity's last war. But Sarah was out there, along with dozens of other Park Service employees and thousands of civilians who had no idea what was coming for them. Whatever these things were, whatever they wanted, they had to be stopped. You picked up the radio. Olympic Base, this is Cascade Ridge. I'm alive, and I have information about the disturbances, but you're not going to like what I have to tell you. Sarah's voice came through the radio with barely controlled panic. Thank God. We've been trying to reach you for hours. What's your status? You looked at Webb, who was checking his equipment with the methodical precision of someone preparing for battle. I'm uninjured, but my station has been compromised. I'm with a federal agent who has specialized knowledge of the situation. How many people do you have at Olympic Base? 12 staff members, plus we've got about 30 civilians who came in seeking shelter from the storm. Why? 30 innocent people, plus Sarah and the rest of the Park Service crew. You tried to keep the despair out of your voice as you continued. Sarah, I need you to listen very carefully. The disturbances you've been getting reports about, they're not normal. You're dealing with some kind of biological contamination that affects human beings. The infected individuals are extremely dangerous and may not appear obviously altered at first contact. Static filled the channel for several seconds before Sarah responded. Are you talking about some kind of disease outbreak? Should we be implementing medical isolation procedures? Webb shook his head grimly and gestured for you to hand him the microphone. Olympic Base, this is Agent Webb with the Centers for Disease Control. The contamination is not transmitted through normal vectors. Infected individuals must make direct physical contact with uninfected subjects to spread the condition. Your current shelter protocols should be adequate if you can verify that everyone currently in your facility was clean when they arrived. Agent Webb, this is Park Superintendent Morrison. What's the source of this contamination? You blinked in surprise. Morrison rarely left his office in Seattle, let alone made trips to remote duty stations during winter storms. His presence at Olympic Base suggested that the situation was even worse than you'd realized. Sir, the source is still under investigation, Webb replied smoothly. What I can tell you is that we've tracked the spread pattern from several initial infection sites in the North Cascades. The affected individuals are attempting to reach populated areas, and they appear to be coordinating their movements. Coordinating how? Unknown method of communication, possibly through the altered neurological structures produced by the infection. The important thing is that they're heading your way, and they'll arrive within the next few hours if current movement patterns hold. The radio fell silent except for static. When Morrison's voice returned, it was tight with barely controlled fear. Agent Webb, are you telling me we're about to be attacked by a group of diseased individuals? Webb keyed the mic. Sir, I'm telling you that you have approximately 42 people in a facility that was never designed to withstand a siege, and you're about to be visited by an unknown number of hostiles with enhanced physical capabilities and detailed knowledge of Park Service operations. Enhanced physical capabilities? Increased strength, improved sensory acuity, apparent immunity to conventional weapons fire, and the ability to survive in extreme environmental conditions. They also retain human intelligence and memory, which means they know your facility layout, your staffing levels, and your standard operating procedures. You could hear urgent conversations in the background at Olympic Base, voices raised in argument and panic. Morrison came back on the radio. Agent Webb, what do you recommend? Immediate evacuation to a more defensible position if you have one. If not, implement lockdown procedures and prepare to defend in place. Do not, under any circumstances, allow any additional personnel into your facility without verification that they haven't been compromised. How do we verify that? Webb pulled out his modified thermometer. Skin temperature below 95 degrees Fahrenheit indicates infection, but the test only works if the transformation is complete. Early-stage infected individuals may appear normal until they choose to reveal themselves. Sarah's voice cut back into the conversation. Webb, what about evacuation by helicopter? We've got a landing pad and… Negative, Webb interrupted. The storm's too severe for flight operations, and besides, the infected can hear aircraft from miles away. A helicopter would just draw them to you faster. You took the microphone back. Sarah, what's your current defensive posture? Defensive posture? This is a park headquarters, not a military base. We've got some hunting rifles in the gun safe and maybe a couple of shotguns for wildlife management. Webb was shaking his head again. Conventional firearms are ineffective against fully transformed individuals. The bullets pass through altered tissue without causing significant damage. Then what do we use? Morrison's voice had taken on the edge of hysteria. Fire, Webb said simply. The transformed tissue is highly flammable. Accelerants work even better. If you can create choke points and force them to approach through areas that can be ignited, you might be able to hold them off long enough for specialized assistance to arrive. Specialized assistance? My team. They're en route, but they won't reach your position for at least 6 hours. The implications were clear. Olympic Base would have to survive on its own until dawn, possibly longer. And based on what you'd seen of the creature's capabilities, the odds weren't good. You keyed the microphone again. Sarah, start moving all personnel to the most defensible part of the complex. Upper floors if you have them. Interior rooms with limited access points. Gather all available flammable materials, cleaning supplies, fuel, anything that will burn hot and fast. What about the civilians? We can't ask 30 people to participate in some kind of armed defense. Webb leaned over your shoulder to speak into the mic. The infected don't distinguish between combatants and non-combatants. Everyone in that building is a target. Your best hope is to make it too costly for them to continue the assault. As if summoned by his words, the lights in your basement began to flicker. The space heater's steady hum developed in a regular quality, and the temperature in the room started to drop despite the machine running at full capacity. Webb noticed immediately. They're back, he said, shouldering his rifle. The conversion process on your station. They're completing it remotely somehow. The radio crackled with static that resolved into Sarah's voice. Cascade Ridge. We're showing multiple contacts approaching our perimeter. They're not walking normally. You grabbed your gear and followed Webb toward the basement stairs. Olympic Base, get everyone inside and lock down immediately. Do not attempt visual contact with approaching individuals. Too late. Sarah's voice was tight with fear. I can see them through the windows. There are at least a dozen, and they're… Jesus Christ, what happened to their faces? Webb paused at the top of the stairs and turned back to you. This is where we part ways, he said. I'm going to try to draw them away from the base. Give your people more time to prepare. You need to get there and help coordinate the defense. I'm not leaving you to face those things alone. You don't have a choice. I've got specialized equipment and training. You've got knowledge of the area and the people we're trying to save. We can do more good separately than together. The building's electrical system gave a final shudder and died completely, plunging you into darkness broken only by the pale glow of Webb's equipment and the emergency lighting in the basement. How do I contact you? You asked. Webb handed you a small radio. Channel 7, but if things go bad, don't wait for me. Get those people out of there by whatever means necessary. He was already moving toward the station's rear exit when the screaming started again. Not the same inhuman wailing you'd heard earlier, but something worse. Human voices raised in terror and agony, coming from the direction of Olympic Base. Go, Webb said, and disappeared into the storm. You grabbed a snowmobile from the station's equipment shed and fired it up, the engine's roar sounding impossibly loud in the silence of the winter night. As you raced through the forest toward Olympic Base, following trails you could navigate in your sleep, you could hear the sounds of battle growing louder ahead of you. Gunfire. Mostly, the sharp crack of rifles and the deeper boom of shotguns, but also breaking glass, splintering wood, and underneath it all, that liquid language of the transformed, now raised in something that sounded horribly like celebration. When you crested the final ridge and Olympic Base came into view, you could see that the first-floor windows were all broken. Flickering orange light suggested fires had been started inside the building, whether by accident or design. Dark shapes moved around the structure's perimeter, some walking upright and others using a four-limbed gait that covered ground with frightening speed. Your radio crackled. Any station, this is Olympic Base. We are under attack and requesting immediate assistance. Multiple casualties. Structure partially compromised. If anyone can hear this. The transmission cut off abruptly. You gunned the snowmobile's engine and raced toward the compound, toward whatever remained of the 42 people who were depending on you to somehow find a way to save them from an enemy that couldn't be killed, couldn't be reasoned with, and was already inside their defenses. Behind you, explosions lit up the night sky as Webb began his own private war against the creatures. But ahead lay Olympic Base, and whatever final stand would determine whether humanity's first contact with the transformed would also be its last. The screaming had stopped. That was the most terrifying thing of all. Being a park ranger means being prepared for literally anything. We often wear many hats and act as communication between various service providers and authorities. We can be search and rescue specialists, emergency medical technicians, police officers, teachers, and sometimes even surrogate parents to lost children. The job demands that we always have our wits about us, or at least try to, and you develop a tolerance for certain sights, sounds, and smells depending on which branch of ranger work you specialize in. The Search and Rescue Division obviously deals with more grisly situations than most. When I first started this career 15 years ago, roadkill would make me gag, especially the putrid smell that rises from decomposing flesh on a hot summer day. The sweet, cloying odor that seems to coat the inside of your nostrils and linger for hours afterward. While I by no means enjoy these encounters, I have simply grown accustomed to them. They become part of the job's landscape, like filing reports or maintaining trail markers. I have seen hikers who took catastrophic falls, their shin bones protruding through torn flesh at impossible angles. I have witnessed arms and ankles bent in directions that the human body was never designed to accommodate. There was even a car crash near the park's eastern boundary that required our assistance, since the highway patrol needed extra hands to collect the scattered remains across 200 yards of asphalt. That incident was particularly challenging, but at least there was a reasonable explanation when I handed a crime scene investigator a piece of human tissue that I could not immediately identify. What I discovered on what seemed like a routine patrol deep into the park's most remote section could not be so easily explained, and it continues to haunt my thoughts even now, months later. One aspect of this profession that I treasure most is the freedom it provides. While we all have designated responsibilities and territories, unless there is a specific emergency or scheduled event, we can travel to any section of our vast parkland and conduct our work there. The park encompasses over 40,000 acres of dense forest, winding rivers and rocky outcroppings that have remained largely unchanged for centuries. On that particular spring morning, I had chosen an especially remote location precisely because it seldom receives visitors. These isolated areas sometimes reward us with sightings of wildlife that we can document and study, particularly some of our less populated species that prefer to avoid human contact. The wolves had been making a comeback in recent years, and there had been unconfirmed reports of mountain lion tracks near the northern ridges. There is no proper trail system in this section of the park. We maintain a rudimentary pathway for emergency access, but for the most part, this territory is left to nature and allowed to grow wild and overgrown. It lies too far from civilization for adventurous school groups or scouting expeditions, and the majority of recreational hikers head in the opposite direction toward the more developed camping areas and scenic overlooks. The morning was still fairly cool despite the season, with that crisp quality that spring air possesses before the sun climbs high enough to generate real warmth. Dew clung to every surface, and my boots left clear impressions in the soft earth as I made my way deeper into the wilderness. The forest was alive with the sounds of awakening wildlife, birds calling to establish territory, small creatures rustling through the underbrush, and the distant sound of water moving over stones. I had been walking for approximately 2 hours, documenting various plant species and photographing potential wildlife habitats, when the smell first reached me. It was not immediately overwhelming, but distinct enough that I recognized it instantly, the metallic, organic scent of blood. My training kicked in automatically, and I became more alert, scanning the surrounding area for signs of what might have occurred. Of course, I was not immediately alarmed by this discovery. We occasionally encounter bears in this region, along with other predators who hunt and consume their prey as part of the natural cycle. After all, this is genuine wilderness, where the laws of nature govern survival and death. I expected to find the remains of a deer or perhaps evidence of a territorial dispute between competing predators. However, What I was completely unprepared to discover would challenge everything I thought I understood about this peaceful section of forest, and it would fundamentally alter my relationship with these woods that I had come to consider my second home. As I followed the increasingly strong scent of blood, pushing through a dense thicket of brambles that caught at my uniform and scratched at my exposed skin, I noticed that the normal forest sounds had grown eerily quiet. The birds had stopped their morning songs, and even the ever-present buzz of insects seemed muted. This unnatural silence should have served as a warning, but my curiosity and professional training compelled me to continue forward. The smell grew stronger with each step, that unmistakable copper tang that accompanies significant blood loss. I had encountered this odor before at accident scenes and during searches for injured hikers, but something about its intensity in this pristine wilderness setting felt wrong, almost unnatural. I pushed aside a final curtain of low-hanging branches and stepped into a small clearing that I had never seen before, despite years of exploring this section of the park. The space was roughly circular, perhaps 20 feet in diameter, surrounded by towering oak and pine trees that seemed to lean inward, creating a natural amphitheater effect. And there, nailed to the thick trunk of the largest oak tree, was a human hand. The sight hit me like a physical blow, and I involuntarily took 2 steps backward, my breath catching in my throat. The hand had been severed at the wrist, not with the clean precision that would suggest surgical amputation, but with the ragged, brutal efficiency of someone using an axe or hatchet. Pieces of torn tissue dangled from the severed edge, like grotesque ribbons, and the bone was clearly visible through the mangled flesh. The hand was positioned approximately 8 feet above the ground, spread wide with the palm facing outward as if waving goodbye, or perhaps reaching for help that would never come. A single railroad spike had been driven through the center of the palm, securing it firmly to the tree's bark. The spike was old and rusted, the kind that might have been salvaged from abandoned railway lines that once crisscrossed this region decades ago. Dark blood had pooled at the base of the tree, soaking into the earth and creating a stain roughly 3 feet in diameter. The blood had coagulated and taken on that dark brown color that indicates it had been there for several days, possibly as long as a week. Flies swarmed around the appendage in a frenzied cloud, their buzzing now the only sound in the otherwise silent clearing. What struck me as particularly disturbing was the deliberate nature of the display. This was not the result of an animal attack or an accidental injury. Someone had intentionally severed this hand, carried it to this remote location, and mounted it on the tree like some macabre trophy or warning sign. The positioning suggested careful planning and a familiarity with the area that implied either extensive knowledge of the park or multiple reconnaissance visits. I forced myself to move closer, fighting against every instinct that screamed at me to flee. My professional training took over, and I began documenting the scene with my camera, taking photographs from multiple angles while being careful not to disturb any potential evidence. The hand appeared to belong to a middle-aged individual, with calloused fingers that suggested manual labor and a plain gold wedding band that had become embedded in the swollen flesh. No other body parts were visible in the immediate area, which raised disturbing questions about the location of the remaining remains. Had the perpetrator disposed of the body elsewhere, or were other sections of the victim scattered throughout different parts of the forest? The thought of stumbling upon additional gruesome discoveries during future patrols sent a chill down my spine. I retreated to a safe distance and immediately contacted my supervisor using the satellite radio that all rangers carry during solo expeditions. The reception was poor due to the dense tree cover, but I managed to relay the essential details of my discovery. Within 30 minutes, I could hear the distant sound of helicopters approaching, and I used my emergency flare to mark the location for the incoming investigators. The next several hours passed in a blur of activity as crime scene technicians, detectives, and medical examiners descended upon the previously peaceful clearing. They established a perimeter, photographed everything from every conceivable angle, and carefully removed the hand for analysis. Investigators combed through every inch of the surrounding area, searching for additional evidence or clues that might explain how this horror had found its way into our sanctuary. As the sun began to set and the investigative team prepared to leave, I realized that this discovery had fundamentally changed my relationship with these woods. The sense of peace and solitude that I had always found here had been replaced by an underlying current of dread and uncertainty. The days following my discovery blurred together in a seemingly endless series of interviews, reports, and increasingly frustrating dead ends. Detectives from the state police interviewed me repeatedly, going over every detail of that morning with exhausting thoroughness. They wanted to know about my exact route through the forest, the time of each observation I had made, and whether I had noticed anything unusual in the weeks preceding the discovery. I found myself returning to the crime scene multiple times with various investigators, retracing my steps and attempting to remember details that might have seemed insignificant at the time. Had I seen tire tracks on any of the service roads leading into the park? Were there any footprints or disturbed vegetation that might indicate someone had been in the area recently? The questions seemed endless, and my inability to provide useful answers left me feeling increasingly helpless. The forensic analysis of the hand revealed frustratingly little information. The victim was determined to be a Caucasian male, approximately 45 to 55 years old, who had likely performed manual labor based on the callus patterns and scarring on his fingers. The wedding ring provided no leads, as it was a common style available at countless jewelry stores nationwide. Most significantly, the fingerprints and DNA sample yielded no matches in any law enforcement database. Hospital records within a 500-mile radius were searched for anyone who had sought treatment for a severed hand or traumatic amputation during the estimated time frame. Emergency rooms, trauma centers, and even veterinary clinics were contacted, but no one had treated an injury matching this description. This absence of medical records suggested either that the victim had died from blood loss before seeking help, or that someone had prevented him from reaching medical assistance. The railroad spike that had been used to attach the hand to the tree was traced to a lot manufactured in the 1960s, but thousands of these spikes had been distributed to railway companies throughout the region over several decades. Many had been abandoned or sold as scrap metal when sections of track were decommissioned, making it impossible to determine where this particular spike had been acquired. Search teams conducted systematic sweeps of increasingly wider areas around the discovery site, using cadaver dogs and ground-penetrating radar in an attempt to locate additional remains. They searched abandoned buildings, caves, and every accessible section of the park's backcountry. After 2 weeks of intensive searching, no other body parts were found, and no physical evidence suggested where the rest of the victim might be located. The lack of progress in the investigation began taking a psychological toll on everyone involved. Detectives who had worked hundreds of cases expressed frustration at the complete absence of leads or logical explanations. The deliberate placement of the hand suggested that this was not a random act of violence, but rather a carefully planned message or warning. However, without knowing the victim's identity or the perpetrator's motivation, the meaning behind this gruesome display remained incomprehensible. As weeks turned into months, media attention gradually shifted to other stories, and the investigative team was reduced to a single detective who continued following up on tips and leads that invariably led nowhere. The case file grew thicker with reports of sightings and theories from amateur investigators, but none provided actionable intelligence. Local residents began reporting strange sounds and unexplained phenomena in various parts of the park. Some claimed to have heard screaming in the distance during late-night hours, while others reported seeing unexplained lights moving through the forest. Park management received numerous complaints about the unsettling atmosphere that seemed to have settled over the entire area, and several longtime visitors stopped coming altogether. I found myself becoming increasingly obsessed with the case, spending off-duty hours researching similar crimes and reading everything I could find about ritual violence and symbolic displays of human remains. I contacted retired FBI profilers and attended seminars on criminal psychology, desperate to find some framework that might explain what had happened in our forest. The isolation of the crime scene continued to puzzle investigators. The location was so remote that reaching it required several hours of hiking through difficult terrain, yet someone had managed to transport not only the severed hand, but also tools necessary to secure it to the tree. This suggested either exceptional physical fitness and wilderness skills, or multiple people working together to accomplish the task. Sleep became elusive as my mind replayed the details of that morning over and over. I found myself questioning whether I had missed something important, some crucial detail that might have provided the breakthrough investigators needed. The image of that pale hand against the dark bark haunted my dreams, and I often woke in the middle of the night with the phantom smell of blood in my nostrils. The psychological impact of the discovery began manifesting in ways I had not anticipated. My routine patrols, once a source of peace and professional satisfaction, became exercises in constant vigilance and barely controlled anxiety. Every unusual sound, every unfamiliar scent, every shadow that seemed out of place triggered an adrenaline response that left me exhausted by the end of each shift. My colleagues began expressing concern about my behavior and mental state. I had become withdrawn and hypervigilant, jumping at unexpected sounds and spending excessive amounts of time documenting even minor irregularities that I encountered during patrols. The freedom and independence that had once made this job so appealing now felt like a burden, as I found myself isolated in vast wilderness areas with nothing but my own increasingly dark thoughts for company. The clearing where I had made the discovery became a focal point of morbid fascination for me. Despite having no official reason to visit the location, I found myself returning there regularly, ostensibly to check for any new evidence or signs of additional disturbance. In reality, I was drawn by a compulsion I could not fully understand or control. Each visit revealed subtle changes that might have been natural environmental processes or could have indicated human interference. Fallen branches appeared in different configurations, leaves seemed to have been disturbed in patterns that did not match typical wind dispersal, and I occasionally found footprints that could have belonged to investigators, curious hikers, or someone with more sinister intentions. The tree itself bore permanent scars from the railroad spike, and I often found myself staring at the hole in the bark while trying to comprehend the mindset of someone capable of such a calculated act of violence. The surrounding vegetation had begun to grow back around the disturbed earth where the blood had pooled, but the grass in that area remained noticeably different in color and texture. Park management implemented new safety protocols in response to the incident, including mandatory check-ins every 4 hours during solo patrols and restrictions on accessing the most remote areas without backup. These measures provided a certain degree of comfort, but they also served as constant reminders of the violent reality that had invaded our previously safe haven. I began experiencing physical symptoms that my doctor attributed to stress and anxiety. Chronic headaches, difficulty sleeping, and digestive issues became daily challenges that interfered with my ability to perform my duties effectively. Prescription medications provided temporary relief, but the underlying tension and hypervigilance persisted. My personal relationships suffered as I became increasingly preoccupied with the case and less able to engage in normal social interactions. Conversations with family and friends inevitably returned to speculation about the crime, and I found myself analyzing everyone I encountered as a potential suspect or source of information. Trust became a luxury I could no longer afford, and paranoia began coloring my interactions with even longtime colleagues and friends. The seasonal changes that had always provided a sense of natural rhythm and continuity now seemed ominous and threatening. Spring brought concerns about what might emerge from the winter snow. Summer intensified the smell of decomposition from any animal remains I encountered. Autumn's falling leaves could conceal evidence or fresh horrors, and winter's isolation made every sound seem amplified and potentially significant. I started carrying additional equipment during patrols, extra batteries for my radio, a backup GPS unit, more comprehensive first aid supplies, and even a small digital camera specifically for documenting anything that seemed unusual or out of place. My supervisor commented that I had become the most thoroughly prepared ranger in the department, but I knew that no amount of equipment could address the real source of my anxiety. The ongoing presence of law enforcement personnel in the park created an atmosphere of constant investigation that affected both staff and visitors. Everyone felt as though they were under scrutiny, and the natural behaviors of wildlife seemed to change in response to the increased human activity and tension. Even the forest itself felt different, as though the violence that had occurred there had somehow altered its fundamental character. 6 months have passed since that spring morning when I stumbled upon the severed hand, and the case remains as mysterious as ever. The investigative file has been transferred to the Cold Case Division, where it will likely remain until new evidence emerges, or similar crimes provide additional leads to pursue. The detective assigned to the case still contacts me occasionally to discuss potential new angles or to clarify details from my original statement, but these conversations have become increasingly infrequent and perfunctory. We have established a routine of checking the original crime scene and surrounding areas on a regular basis, maintaining clearer pathways and documenting any changes or anomalies that might indicate renewed activity. This practice serves both an official investigative purpose and provides a sense of control over a situation that has defied all attempts at resolution or understanding. The forest has begun to reclaim the clearing where the hand was discovered, and casual visitors would now find little evidence of the investigation that consumed so many resources and generated so much fear. Nature has a remarkable ability to heal and regenerate, covering scars and absorbing trauma in ways that humans often cannot. The tree continues to grow around the wound left by the railroad spike, and new vegetation has completely obscured the stained earth where blood once pooled. However, those of us who were involved in the discovery and investigation carry permanent reminders of what occurred in that remote section of wilderness. The knowledge that someone was capable of such calculated violence, and that they chose our sanctuary as the location for their disturbing display, has fundamentally altered our relationship with these woods that we are charged with protecting. I have developed new habits and routines that reflect this changed reality. My patrol routes now include regular checks of areas where similar displays might be established, and I maintain detailed logs of any unusual findings or observations. Photography has become an obsession, as I document everything that seems even slightly out of place or different from previous visits. The hand itself has become a symbol of all the unknown dangers that might be lurking in our vast wilderness areas. Park rangers across the country have reached out to share their own experiences with unexplained discoveries and unsolved crimes, and I have learned that such incidents are more common than the general public realizes. Remote locations provide perfect opportunities for those who wish to dispose of evidence or create disturbing displays without risking immediate discovery. Sleep remains elusive, and my dreams are often populated by visions of that pale hand reaching out from the dark bark of the oak tree. Sometimes I dream that I hear the victim calling for help, his voice echoing through the forest but never clear enough for me to determine the direction or distance. These nightmares leave me exhausted and emotionally drained, but they also serve as motivation to continue searching for answers. The wedding ring that was embedded in the swollen flesh continues to haunt my thoughts. Somewhere, a spouse may still be wondering what happened to their partner, checking their phone for messages that will never come and holding on to hope that has no foundation in reality. The victim's identity remains unknown, but his humanity is undeniable, and the knowledge that his final moments likely involved unimaginable terror and pain creates a burden of responsibility that I cannot simply abandon. Local folklore has begun incorporating the discovery into stories and legends that are shared around campfires and in community gatherings. The hand in the woods has become a cautionary tale used to discourage solo hiking and to emphasize the importance of staying on marked trails. While I understand the practical value of such stories in promoting safety awareness, their embellishment and distortion of the facts frustrates my desire for accuracy and resolution. New rangers joining our department receive briefings about the case as part of their orientation and training. They learn about the importance of thorough documentation, proper evidence preservation, and the psychological challenges that can result from exposure to violent crime scenes. These educational efforts help ensure that future discoveries will be handled appropriately, but they also serve as constant reminders of the unresolved mystery that continues to define our professional environment. The investigation may be officially suspended, but my personal commitment to finding answers remains unwavering. I continue reading about similar cases, maintaining correspondence with law enforcement professionals, and exploring new technologies that might provide fresh approaches to analyzing the limited evidence we possess. Someone, somewhere, knows what happened to that man and why his hand ended up nailed to a tree in our forest. The park continues to attract visitors who come seeking peace, adventure, and connection with the natural world. Most remain unaware of the violence that occurred in our most remote section, and I take some comfort in knowing that their experience of this beautiful wilderness is not colored by the knowledge that haunts those of us who work here daily. But I know the truth, and I carry the responsibility of that knowledge with me on every patrol, during every quiet moment when the forest seems to be holding its breath, waiting for the next terrible secret to be revealed. The hand may be gone, but its presence lingers in the shadows between the trees, a reminder that evil can find its way into even the most pristine and protected places. We maintain our vigil, we document our observations, and we hope that someday the mystery will be solved and justice will be served. Until then, we continue our work, forever changed by the knowledge that somewhere in the darkness beyond our sight, there may be someone capable of unimaginable cruelty, and that our peaceful sanctuary once served as the stage for an act of violence that defies explanation or comprehension. The forest keeps its secrets well, but we will never stop listening for the answers that remain hidden in the wind through the trees. Thank God nothing else has happened since, though I fear it may only be a matter of time. My name is Ezra Finch, and this happened to me back in 2014. I was living in a small town in Montana, a place called Three Forks. Population 1,169 on a good day, the kind of place where everyone knows your business before you do, and the biggest excitement usually comes from the high school football games on Friday nights. I worked as a handyman, fixing things around town, and I like to think I was pretty good at it. 23 years I'd been at it, ever since I graduated high school and decided college wasn't for me. Life was simple, and I enjoyed it that way. I had a routine that suited me fine. Up at 6, coffee strong enough to wake the dead. Then whatever jobs Mayor Hopkins or the townsfolk had lined up for me. Leaky faucets, squeaky doors, broken steps. Nothing I couldn't handle with the right tools and a little patience. Most evenings you'd find me at the local bar, the Rusty Nail, sharing a drink and a laugh with whoever walked in. The Nail wasn't much to look at, dim lighting, scratched wooden tables, and a jukebox that had seen better decades. But it was ours. It was where the town came together, where news traveled faster than wildfire, and where you could count on finding a familiar face no matter how rough your day had been. That particular Friday night in October, I found myself at my usual spot at the bar, nursing a Coors and chatting with my friend Jack Milner. Jack was the town's only mechanic, a big burly guy with hands like ham hocks and a booming laugh that could shake the windows. We'd known each other since high school, played on the same football team, and he was the closest thing I had to family after my parents passed a few years back. The bar was quieter than usual that night. Old Pete was in his corner booth, methodically working through his third whiskey. Sarah, the waitress, was wiping down tables with the practiced efficiency of someone who'd been doing it for decades. The usual Friday night crowd seemed smaller, subdued somehow. "You hear about the new folks moving into the old Henderson place?" Jack asked, taking a long swig of his beer. His voice carried that tone he got when he had gossip worth sharing. The Henderson place. Just hearing the name made me shift uncomfortably on my bar stool. That Victorian house had been empty for going on 8 years, ever since old Mrs. Henderson died and left it to some distant relatives who never bothered claiming it. The place had a reputation even before it sat empty. Kids said it was haunted, adults said it was cursed, and everyone agreed it gave them the creeps. "Yeah, heard they bought it cheap," I replied, trying to keep my voice casual. "Place has been empty for years. Kind of surprised anyone would want it." Jack leaned closer, lowering his voice to what he probably thought was a whisper but still carried halfway across the bar. "Apparently there's some kind of religious group, you know, one of those communal living things. Bought it sight unseen, cash deal." I felt something cold settle in my stomach. "Religious group?" "That's what I heard from Maggie at the real estate office," Jack said, shaking his head. "Strange folks, if you ask me. Showed up in 3 black vans, all dressed the same. Didn't say much, just handed over the money and took the keys." I shrugged, trying to dismiss the unease that was creeping up my spine. As long as they don't cause trouble, I don't see why it matters. Everyone's got a right to live where they want. Jack grunted in agreement, but I could see the doubt in his eyes. Maybe so. But there's something about that place, Ezra. Always has been. My grandmother used to say the land was sour, that nothing good would ever come of it. Your grandmother also thought the moon landing was fake and that Elvis was hiding in Billings, I pointed out, forcing a laugh. "Yeah, well, she was right about the Petersons' marriage falling apart, and she called the bank closure 6 months before it happened," Jack countered. "Women had instincts." We moved on to other topics after that. The upcoming deer season. Whether the Broncos had any chance this year. Jack's ongoing battle with his ex-wife over alimony payments. Normal stuff, safe stuff. But I couldn't shake the image of 3 black vans rolling through town, or the feeling that something had shifted in Three Forks, like a stone thrown into still water. I should have paid more attention to that feeling. Later that night, walking home from the Nail under a sky so clear the stars looked close enough to touch, I found myself taking the long way around town. Not consciously avoiding anything, just enjoying the crisp October air and the familiar sights of my neighborhood. But when I reached the corner where Elm Street branched off toward the Henderson place, I stopped. The house was maybe 2 miles down that road, hidden behind a screen of pines and birch trees. From where I stood, I couldn't see even a hint of it, but I could feel it somehow, like a weight pressing against the back of my skull. The trees seemed darker down that way, the shadows deeper. A dog barked somewhere in the distance, then another, then several more, their voices joining in a chorus that raised the hair on my arms. Then, as suddenly as it had started, the barking stopped. The silence that followed was complete, absolute. I turned and walked home, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me go. The call came on a Tuesday morning, 2 weeks after my conversation with Jack at the Rusty Nail. I was in my workshop behind the house, trying to resurrect an ancient lawnmower that Mrs. Peterson insisted was worth saving, when the phone's shrill ring cut through the quiet. "Ezra?" Mayor Hopkins's voice crackled through the receiver, sounding more strained than usual. "I need you to head out to the Henderson place. They've got some issues with the plumbing, and you're the best we've got." I felt that familiar cold settle in my gut. "The new folks?" "That's right. Fellow named Samuel called this morning. Says they've got a backed-up drain system, maybe worse. Could be a real mess if it's not handled soon." I found myself hesitating, which wasn't like me. Work was work, and the Henderson place was just another house when you got right down to it. "Sure thing, Mayor. I'll head over there this afternoon." "Appreciate it, Ezra. And, Hopkins paused, and I could hear him drumming his fingers on his desk the way he did when he was nervous. "Be professional, you know. These folks are new to town, and we want to make a good impression." "When am I not professional?" I asked, but Hopkins had already hung up. The drive to the Henderson place took me about half an hour, winding through farmland and forest on roads that got progressively narrower and more isolated. I'd driven out this way a few times over the years, once to fix a generator for old Henderson himself, another time to help with some tree damage after a bad storm. But it had been at least 5 years since I'd made this trip. The house sat in a natural clearing, surrounded by woods that seemed to press in from all sides. It was a Victorian, built sometime in the 1890s when the railroad money was flowing and people had grand ideas about taming the wilderness. 3 stories of dark wood and gingerbread trim, with a wrap-around porch and windows that looked like watching eyes. Even in its heyday, it had been an imposing place. Now, after years of neglect, it looked downright menacing. The paint was peeling in long strips, revealing gray wood underneath. Shingles were missing from the roof, and the porch sagged in the middle like a broken spine. The yard, once carefully maintained, had grown wild with weeds and volunteer trees. But as I pulled up the gravel driveway, I realized the new owners had been busy. The worst of the overgrowth had been cleared away, and scaffolding lined one wall where someone had been working on the siding. 3 black vans were parked near the house, the same ones Jack had mentioned, I assumed. More unsettling were the people I could see moving around the property. There were maybe a dozen of them, all dressed in the same dark plain clothing. They moved with purpose but without speaking, like actors in a silent film. Even from a distance there was something mechanical about their movements, something that made my skin crawl. I grabbed my toolbox from the truck bed and approached the front door. Before I could knock, it swung open to reveal a tall, thin man with gaunt features and the most piercing blue eyes I'd ever seen. He was maybe 50, with prematurely gray hair and skin that looked like it rarely saw sunlight. "Mr. Finch," he said in a voice like rustling leaves. It wasn't a question. "I am Samuel. Thank you for coming." "Just Ezra is fine," I said, offering what I hoped was a friendly smile. "Understand you've got some plumbing troubles." Samuel nodded slowly, his eyes never leaving my face. "Indeed. Please follow me." He led me into the house, and I immediately understood why the Henderson place had such a dark reputation. The interior was dimly lit, with heavy curtains blocking most of the natural light. The air felt thick and oppressive, carrying the smell of old wood, mildew, and something else I couldn't identify, something organic and unpleasant. The furniture was sparse and utilitarian, nothing like the ornate Victorian pieces you'd expect in a house like this. Instead, there were simple wooden chairs and tables, all arranged with mathematical precision. The walls were bare except for a few religious symbols I didn't recognize, not crosses or stars of David, but geometric patterns that seemed to shift when I wasn't looking directly at them. "The problem is in the basement," Samuel said, leading me toward a door I hadn't noticed at first. It was painted the same dark color as the walls, almost invisible unless you knew where to look. We descended a narrow staircase into a basement that was larger than I'd expected, extending under what must have been the entire house. The ceiling was low, forcing me to duck in places, and the walls were rough stone that wept moisture. A single bare bulb provided the only light, casting harsh shadows that seemed to dance with every small movement. The smell down here was worse, that same organic odor, but stronger, mixed with something metallic that made my mouth water in an unpleasant way. I tried to breathe through my mouth as Samuel led me to a utility room where the house's plumbing converged. "Here," he said, pointing to a floor drain that was indeed backed up. Dark water had pooled around it, and the smell was coming from whatever was causing the blockage. "Shouldn't take too long," I said, trying to sound more confident than I felt. "I'll have this fixed in no time." Samuel nodded again. "I will leave you to your work." As soon as he was gone, I felt some of the tension leave my shoulders. There was something about the man that put me on edge, the way he stared without blinking, the careful precision of his words, the feeling that he was evaluating every move I made. I got to work with the drain snake, trying to clear whatever was causing the backup. The blockage was stubborn, and I had to put my full weight behind the tool to make any progress. When it finally gave way, a rush of dark water surged up from the drain, carrying with it chunks of organic matter that I tried not to examine too closely. That's when I heard it. A faint whisper, barely audible over the sound of draining water. It seemed to be coming from somewhere deeper in the basement, beyond the circle of light from the single bulb. I stopped working and listened, but the sound had stopped. "Just the pipes settling," I told myself, but my voice sounded thin and unconvincing in the confined space. I finished the job as quickly as I could, testing the drain to make sure it was flowing properly. The water ran clear now, carrying away the last traces of whatever had been blocking it. But the smell lingered, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. As I packed up my tools, I heard it again. That whisper, soft and sibilant, like wind through dry leaves. This time I was sure it wasn't the pipes. I turned toward the sound, peering into the darkness beyond the utility room. "Hello?" I called out, feeling foolish even as I did it. No response, just that oppressive silence that seemed to press against my eardrums. I climbed the stairs quickly, eager to get out of that basement, and back into something resembling natural light. Samuel was waiting for me in the kitchen, standing so still he might have been carved from stone. "The problem is resolved," I said, wiping my hands on a rag. "Drain was backed up with debris, but it's flowing clear now. Shouldn't give you any more trouble." "Excellent," Samuel said, reaching into his pocket and withdrawing an envelope. "Your payment." I took the envelope without opening it, tucking it into my shirt pocket. "If you have any other problems, don't hesitate to call." "We appreciate your discretion," Samuel said, and there was something in his tone that made it sound less like a comment and more like a warning. I made my way back to my truck as quickly as I could without running, all too aware of the eyes I could feel watching me from the house's dark windows. It wasn't until I was back on the main road, the Henderson place disappearing behind the trees, that I allowed myself to relax. But even then, I couldn't shake the memory of that whisper in the basement, or the feeling that I'd seen something in the shadows that my mind refused to process, something that explained the smell and the strange behavior of the people at the house, and the way my skin had crawled from the moment I'd set foot on the property. That night at the Rusty Nail, I told Jack about the job, but I found myself editing the story, leaving out the more unsettling details. Just strange people being strange, I told him, nothing more. But as I walked home that night, I found myself looking over my shoulder more than usual, and I made sure to lock my doors before going to bed. The first disappearance happened 3 days after my visit to the Henderson place. Lisa Thompson was the town librarian, a quiet woman in her mid-30s who lived alone in a small house near the elementary school. She was the kind of person who faded into the background, pleasant enough but unremarkable, the sort you might not notice unless you needed help finding a book or renewing a library card. When she didn't show up for work on Thursday morning, the assistant librarian, Carol Hendricks, assumed Lisa was sick and called her house. No answer. By afternoon, Carol was worried enough to drive over and check on her. Lisa's car was in the driveway, her mail was overflowing from the box, and no one answered the door. Sheriff Nolan found the house unlocked, Lisa's purse on the kitchen counter, her keys on the table by the door. No signs of struggle, no indication of where she might have gone. It was as if she had simply vanished into thin air. Probably went to visit family, people said, had some kind of emergency and forgot to tell anyone. But Lisa had no family to speak of, and even if she had, she wasn't the type to leave without making arrangements for the library. The town was unsettled but not yet panicked. People disappear sometimes, even in small towns. Maybe especially in small towns, where the isolation can drive folks to desperate measures. Then Bill Evans went missing. Bill was a retired farmer, 72 years old and stubborn as a mule. He lived by himself on 10 acres outside town, tending a small garden and complaining about the government to anyone who would listen. His nearest neighbor, Mrs. Kowalski, noticed his mail piling up on Friday. By Saturday, she was concerned enough to call Sheriff Nolan. They found Bill's house the same way they'd found Lisa's, door unlocked, no signs of struggle, personal belongings undisturbed. His old pickup truck was in the driveway, keys in the ignition. A half-eaten sandwich sat on the kitchen table, the bread gone stale but not moldy. Now the town was scared. 2 disappearances in 4 days was more than coincidence, especially when both scenes showed the same impossible characteristics. People started looking over their shoulders, checking their locks twice, keeping their children close. The Rusty Nail, usually busy on weekend nights, was nearly empty. Even Jack seemed subdued when I met him there on Saturday evening. "What do you think happened to them?" he asked, nursing a beer that he'd barely touched. I shook my head. No idea. Sheriff have any leads? If he does, he's not sharing them. Jack leaned closer, lowering his voice even though we were practically alone in the bar. But I heard something interesting from my cousin Danny. He works for the power company, does meter readings. Yeah? Says he was out by the Henderson place yesterday, and he saw something strange. Smoke coming from behind the house, like they were burning something big. But when he got closer to check the meter, the smoke stopped, and he couldn't see any fire. A chill ran down my spine. Could have been anything. Burning brush, trash, whatever. Maybe, Jack said, but he didn't sound convinced. Danny said the smell was wrong, though. Not like burning wood or leaves. More like... He trailed off, looking uncomfortable. Like what? Like meat, Jack finished quietly. We sat in silence for a moment, both of us probably thinking the same thing, but neither wanting to voice it. Finally, Jack cleared his throat. Probably nothing, he said, but his voice lacked conviction. Just folks being paranoid. That night, I lay awake staring at the ceiling, thinking about smoke and strange smells and people who disappeared without a trace. Every small sound made me tense. The house settling, wind in the trees, a cat yowling somewhere in the distance. I found myself thinking about the basement at the Henderson place, about the whisper I'd heard, and the feeling of being watched. Around 3 in the morning, I gave up on sleep and went to the kitchen to make coffee. As I waited for it to brew, I pulled out the envelope Samuel had given me and counted the bills inside. $200 for a job that shouldn't have paid more than $50. Why had they overpaid so much? And what had Samuel meant about appreciating my discretion? I was still puzzling over these questions when someone knocked on my door. The sound was so unexpected at that hour that I nearly dropped my coffee mug. I stood frozen in the kitchen, listening to my heart pound, as the knocking came again, soft but insistent. "Ezra Finch?" The voice was female, young and terrified. "Please, I need your help." I approached the door cautiously, peering through the peephole. A young woman stood on my porch, pale and shaking in the porch light. She looked to be in her early 20s, with long dark hair and wide, frightened eyes. I didn't recognize her. "Who are you?" I called through the door. "My name is Emily," she said, glancing nervously over her shoulder. "I need to talk to you about the Henderson place." My blood went cold. I unlocked the door and opened it, keeping the chain engaged. "What about it?" "Please," she said, her voice breaking. "They're looking for me. I don't have much time." Against every instinct screaming at me to keep the door locked, I let her in. She was wearing dark clothing similar to what I'd seen at the Henderson place, but it was torn and dirty, as if she'd been running through the woods. Her hands were scratched and bleeding, and there were leaves in her hair. "Thank you," she said, collapsing into one of my kitchen chairs. "I wasn't sure you'd believe me." "Believe what?" I asked, pouring her a cup of coffee. Her hands shook as she wrapped them around the mug. "That they're dangerous," she whispered. "The people at the Henderson place, they're not what they seem." I sat down across from her, trying to keep my voice calm. "What do you mean?" Emily took a shaky sip of coffee, then looked directly at me with eyes that held too much pain for someone so young. "I was part of their group. Samuel found me in Billings 6 months ago, when I was living on the streets. He promised community, purpose, a family. I was so desperate." She trailed off, staring into her coffee cup. "Go on," I said gently. "At first it seemed wonderful. Everyone was so kind, so welcoming. They took care of me, gave me clean clothes, decent food, a place to belong. But gradually things changed. The rules became stricter, the punishments harsher, and the teachings." Emily shuddered, wrapping her arms around herself. "Samuel preaches about transcendence, about shedding the corrupt flesh to achieve spiritual purity. He says the outside world is poison, that only through sacrifice can we cleanse ourselves and reach enlightenment." "What kind of sacrifice?" I asked, though I was afraid I already knew the answer. "Human sacrifice," she whispered. "He believes that by taking the life of the impure, the corrupt, we can absorb their essence and purify it. The missing people, Lisa Thompson, Bill Evans, they're not missing, they're dead." The words hit me like a physical blow. I'd suspected something was wrong at the Henderson place, but this was beyond my worst fears. "I tried to leave before," Emily continued, "but they caught me. Samuel said I was too valuable to lose, that I had a special role to play in the final ritual. He kept me locked in the basement for 3 days, telling me about his vision of purification, of the great cleansing that was coming." "How did you escape?" "Tonight was supposed to be another ceremony. They drugged my food to make me compliant, but I managed to hide most of it under my tongue and spit it out later. When they took me to the basement, I was awake enough to fight. I managed to get away, but they're looking for me. They'll never stop looking." I stared at her, part of me wanting to dismiss her story as the ravings of a traumatized young woman. But I remembered the whisper in the basement, the overpayment, Samuel's warning about discretion. Too many pieces fit together. "We need to call the police," I said. Emily shook her head frantically. "They won't believe me. Samuel is careful. He's convinced everyone in town that we're just a harmless religious group. And besides, by the time the police investigate, they'll have moved the evidence. They're very good at cleaning up." "Then what do you want me to do?" She leaned forward, grabbing my hand with fingers that were ice cold. "Help me gather proof. You've been inside the house, you know the layout. We can get evidence that even the police can't ignore." Every rational part of my mind screamed that this was insane. that I should call Sheriff Nolan immediately and let him handle it. But I kept thinking about Lisa Thompson and Bill Evans, about the whisper in the basement and the smell of something burning behind the Henderson place. If they really are killing people, I said slowly, why haven't they killed you? Emily's face went pale. Because I'm not meant to be killed, she whispered. I'm meant to be the killer. Samuel has been training me, preparing me for the final ritual. He says I have the purity of spirit needed to complete the cleansing. The next sacrifice is supposed to be made by me, to prove my worthiness. When? Tomorrow night. Halloween. I felt the blood drain from my face. Halloween was still considered a pagan holiday by many religious groups, a time when the barrier between the living and dead was thinnest. If Samuel truly believed in his twisted doctrine, it would be the perfect night for his final ritual. All right, I heard myself saying, we'll get your proof. We waited until after midnight before making our move toward the Henderson place. Emily had spent the day hidden in my workshop while I went through the motions of normalcy, fixing Mrs. Patterson's leaky faucet, replacing a broken window for the Methodist church, nodding politely when people asked if I'd heard anything new about the missing people. Every interaction felt surreal, like I was playing a role in a play I didn't understand. How could people go about their daily routines when a cult of killers was operating just miles away? But then again, they didn't know what Emily and I knew. They hadn't heard her story or seen the terror in her eyes. As the sun set on Halloween night, Three Forks looked like any other small town preparing for trick-or-treaters. Jack-o'-lanterns glowed on porches, fake cobwebs draped from trees, and children in costumes ran from house to house with bags of candy. The normalcy felt obscene. Emily had barely eaten all day, spending most of her time staring out the workshop window at the tree line, as if expecting Samuel and his followers to emerge from the forest at any moment. When I asked if she wanted to back out, she shook her head firmly. They have to be stopped, she said. I won't let anyone else die because of my cowardice. We drove to within a mile of the Henderson place, then abandoned my truck on a logging road and continued on foot. Emily knew the property well, guiding us through the woods along deer paths that kept us hidden from the main driveway. The moon was nearly full, providing enough light to navigate, but also making us feel exposed whenever we had to cross open ground. As we got closer to the house, we could see lights in the windows, more lights than I'd seen during my plumbing visit. The black vans were still parked near the front entrance, but now they were joined by several other vehicles I didn't recognize. More people have arrived, Emily whispered, for the ceremony. We crept closer, using the overgrown landscaping as cover. Through the windows I could see figures moving around inside the house, all dressed in the same dark clothing I'd seen before. But tonight, their movements seemed different, more purposeful, more ritualistic. The basement entrance is around back, Emily said, pointing toward the rear of the house. There's an exterior door that leads directly down. That's how they bring in the... She didn't finish the sentence, but I understood. That's how they brought in their victims. We circled around to the back of the property, staying well within the tree line. The rear of the house was darker, with only a few windows showing light, but what caught my attention was the smell. That same organic odor I'd noticed during my plumbing job, but stronger now, mixed with something that made my stomach turn. There, Emily pointed to a set of concrete steps leading down to a heavy wooden door. That's the entrance to the ritual chamber. The ritual chamber. Not just a basement, but a place specifically designed for Samuel's twisted ceremonies. I felt sick thinking about what had happened down there, about Lisa and Bill and whoever else had disappeared over the months. We approached the exterior door carefully. To my surprise, it wasn't locked. But then again, who would be stupid enough to break into a cult's stronghold? Besides us, apparently. The door opened onto a narrow staircase that descended into absolute darkness. I had brought a small flashlight, but I was reluctant to use it in case the light was visible from inside the house. We descended slowly, feeling our way along the rough stone walls. The smell grew stronger as we went deeper, and I had to breathe through my mouth to keep from gagging. At the bottom of the stairs, we found ourselves in a corridor I hadn't seen during my previous visit. This part of the basement was separate from the utility room where I'd worked on the drain. Emily grabbed my arm, her grip tight enough to bruise. "This way," she whispered, leading me toward a faint light visible around a corner. What we found defied my worst fears. The ritual chamber was a large room carved from the living rock beneath the house. The walls were covered with symbols painted in what looked like dried blood, not the geometric patterns I'd seen upstairs, but something older, more primitive. Candles provided the only light, casting dancing shadows that made the symbols seem to writhe and move. In the center of the room stood an altar made from rough-hewn stone, its surface stained dark with substances I didn't want to identify. Around the altar, the floor was marked with a complex pattern of circles and lines, also painted in what appeared to be blood. But it was the objects arranged around the room that made my breath catch in my throat. Personal belongings. A purse I recognized as Lisa Thompson's, Bill Evans's worn baseball cap, other items that must have belonged to victims I didn't even know about yet. Trophies, proof of Samuel's crimes. My God, I whispered, pulling out my phone to take pictures. The camera flash seemed blindingly bright in the dark chamber, and I winced, expecting alarms to sound or footsteps to come running. Instead, we heard voices from somewhere above us, chanting in a language I didn't recognize, the words rising and falling in a hypnotic rhythm. "They've started," Emily said, her face pale in the candlelight. "The ceremony has begun." I took as many photos as I could, documenting every angle of the chamber, every piece of evidence. The chanting grew louder, and now I could hear footsteps on the floor above us, moving in a pattern that suggested some kind of procession or dance. "We need to get out of here," I said. But Emily was staring at something in the far corner of the chamber that I hadn't noticed before. It was a cage, roughly welded from steel bars, just large enough to hold a person. And inside, "Jesus," I breathed. The figure huddled in the cage was barely recognizable as human. Emaciated, filthy, wearing rags that might once have been clothing. At first I thought it was a corpse, but then I saw the slight rise and fall of its chest. "Tom Hendricks," Emily whispered. "He was a drifter who came through town about 2 weeks ago. Samuel said he was perfect for the final ritual because no one would miss him." Tom Hendricks. I remembered him now. A vagrant who'd been sleeping in the park until Sheriff Nolan moved him along. I'd seen him panhandling outside the grocery store, and like most people, I'd looked the other way. Now he was going to die because of our collective indifference. "We have to get him out," I said, moving toward the cage. "Ezra, no." Emily grabbed my arm. "If we try to free him now, they'll know we were here. They'll disappear, destroy the evidence, and we'll never be able to prove what they've done." She was right, but that didn't make it any easier to look at the broken man in the cage and walk away. I took more photos, including several of Tom Hendricks, then forced myself to turn toward the exit. That's when we heard the footsteps on the stairs. Someone was coming down to the ritual chamber, and we were trapped. The only exit was the way we'd come in, and whoever was descending would see us the moment we tried to leave. Emily pointed frantically toward a shadowed recess behind the altar. We dove for cover just as the footsteps reached the bottom of the stairs, pressing ourselves against the cold stone wall and trying to control our breathing. 3 figures entered the chamber, all wearing dark robes with hoods that obscured their faces. But I recognized Samuel's voice when he spoke. "Everything is prepared," he said to his companions. "The vessel awaits, and the instrument of cleansing is ready. Tonight, we complete the great work." One of the other figures moved to the cage and unlocked it, dragging Tom Hendricks out with surprising gentleness. The poor man was so weak he could barely stand, swaying like a reed in the wind as they positioned him near the altar. "Where is the girl?" Samuel asked. "Still missing," one of his followers replied. "But we have searched everywhere. She cannot have gone far." "She must be found," Samuel said, his voice carrying a cold fury that made my blood freeze. "Without her, the ritual is incomplete. She is the chosen one, the pure vessel through which the cleansing must flow. Perhaps we should postpone." "No." The word cracked like a whip. "Too much has been sacrificed to reach this moment. We will proceed as planned. If the girl cannot be found, then we will improvise." The followers began arranging candles around the altar in a specific pattern, while Samuel opened what looked like an ancient book and began reading from it in that same unknown language we'd heard upstairs. The chanting grew louder, more insistent, and Tom Hendricks began to whimper. I looked at Emily, whose face was white with terror. We both knew we were witnessing the preparation for a murder, and there was nothing we could do to stop it without revealing ourselves. Even if we tried to intervene, we were outnumbered and trapped in a room with only one exit. But I couldn't just watch a man die. I was about to spring from our hiding place when Emily grabbed my wrist, her nails digging into my skin. She shook her head frantically, pointing upward. I could hear what she'd noticed, more footsteps above us, moving toward the basement stairs. How many people were in this house? How large was Samuel's cult? The ritual continued, building toward some terrible climax, when suddenly the sound of sirens shattered the night air. Police sirens, getting closer fast. Samuel's chanting stopped abruptly. "What is that?" The sirens were close now, right outside the house. Car doors slammed and I could hear shouting voices, Sheriff Nolan's among them. "We have been betrayed," Samuel said, his voice deadly calm. "Gather the sacred items. We must leave immediately." His followers moved with practiced efficiency, collecting candles, ritual implements, and the mysterious book. Within minutes, they had cleared most of the evidence from the chamber. "What about him?" one of them asked, pointing to Tom Hendricks. Samuel looked at the broken man with cold calculation. "Leave him. He is too weak to speak coherently, and without the other evidence, his ravings will be dismissed as the fantasies of a damaged mind." They fled up the stairs, leaving Tom Hendricks collapsed beside the altar. Above us, I could hear running footsteps, doors slamming, and the sound of vehicles starting up. Emily and I emerged from our hiding place as the sound of the cult's vehicles faded into the distance. Tom Hendricks was unconscious but breathing, and I could hear Sheriff Nolan's voice upstairs, calling for us to come out with our hands visible. "How did they know to come?" I asked Emily as we helped Tom to his feet. She smiled weakly. "I called them before we left your place. Anonymous tip about suspicious activity at the Henderson place. I figured even if we didn't find evidence, at least the police would be here to investigate." Smart girl. Smarter than me, certainly. We made our way upstairs, supporting Tom between us, and emerged to find the house, surrounded by police cars and emergency vehicles. Sheriff Nolan stood in the front yard, looking grim and tired. "Ezra?" he called out when he saw me. "What the hell are you doing here?" "Long story, Sheriff," I said, "but you're going to want to see what's in that basement." The next few hours passed in a blur of questions, statements, and controlled chaos as law enforcement processed the scene at the Henderson place. EMTs took Tom Hendricks to the hospital, where doctors said he would eventually recover but would need weeks of care to undo the damage of his captivity. Sheriff Nolan examined the photos on my phone with a mixture of horror and professional skepticism. Even with most of the ritual implements gone, enough evidence remained in the basement chamber to confirm Emily's story. The symbols painted on the walls, the stained altar, the personal belongings of the missing people. It painted a picture that was impossible to dismiss. "Christ, Ezra," Sheriff Nolan said, shaking his head as he scrolled through the images. "Why didn't you come to me first?" "Would you have believed us?" I asked. "Without proof?" He was quiet for a long moment, then sighed. "Probably not. Sam seemed like a normal guy when I met him. Weird, maybe, but not dangerous." The cult had vanished completely, leaving behind only the house and 3 abandoned vehicles. Samuel and his core followers had apparently escaped in other cars, probably stored off-site for exactly this kind of emergency. A statewide APB was issued, but I had a feeling they were already far away. Emily spent the night at the hospital for observation, exhaustion and dehydration finally catching up with her now that the immediate danger had passed. I gave my complete statement to the state police investigators who arrived the next morning, then finally went home to try to process what had happened. The media descended on Three Forks like a plague of locusts. News vans lined Main Street, reporters interviewed anyone willing to talk, and our quiet little town became the center of a national story about cult activity and ritual murder. The attention was overwhelming and deeply unwelcome. Jack found me at home 2 days later, looking haggard and shaken. "Jesus, Ezra," he said, slumping into one of my kitchen chairs. "I can't believe this was happening right under our noses." "None of us could have known," I said, though the words felt hollow. There had been signs, the isolation of the cult, their strange behavior, the mysterious disappearances. If we'd been more vigilant, more willing to look past the surface, maybe Lisa Thompson and Bill Evans would still be alive. "The FBI found evidence of at least 6 murders," Jack continued. "Bodies buried in the woods behind the house. Some of them have been there for months." 6 murders. 6 people who had trusted Samuel's promises of community and purpose, only to become victims of his twisted beliefs. The thought made me sick. "What about Emily?" Jack asked. "How's she holding up?" "Better than you'd expect," I said. Emily had shown remarkable resilience, working with investigators to provide details about the cult's operations and helping them understand Samuel's psychological manipulation techniques. "She's talking about staying in Three Forks permanently. Says she wants to help the community heal." Over the following weeks, more details emerged about Samuel's cult. They had been operating for over 2 years, moving from town to town whenever local authorities got too interested. Three Forks was supposed to be their final stop, the place where Samuel would complete his great work and achieve the spiritual transcendence he preached about. The FBI profiler assigned to the case explained that Samuel was a classic cult leader, charismatic, manipulative, and utterly convinced of his own divine mission. He recruited vulnerable people like Emily, isolated them from outside influences, then gradually broke down their psychological defenses until they would do anything he asked. "The scary thing," the profiler told me during one interview, "is how normal these people can seem on the surface. Samuel passed background checks, had no criminal record, presented himself as a legitimate religious leader. If not for your actions and Miss Emily's courage, he might have continued killing indefinitely. The investigation eventually wound down, with Samuel and his core followers still at large but the immediate threat eliminated. Life in Three Forks slowly returned to something resembling normal, though the shadow of what had happened would always linger over our community. Emily kept her word about staying in town. She found work at the local diner and gradually became a part of our community, though I could see the trauma in her eyes whenever someone mentioned the Henderson place. We grew closer over the months that followed, bonded by our shared experience and the knowledge that we had looked evil in the face and lived to tell about it. The Henderson place itself stood empty once again, though now it was officially condemned and scheduled for demolition. The local government wanted to erase all traces of what had happened there, to reclaim the land and build something positive in its place. I supported that decision. Some places carry too much darkness to ever be truly clean again. One evening in early spring, about 6 months after the events at the Henderson place, Emily and I sat on my porch watching the sunset paint the Montana sky in shades of orange and gold. The worst of the media attention had died down, and Three Forks was learning to be a quiet small town again. "Do you ever wonder what would have happened if you hadn't let me in that night?" Emily asked. I considered the question. Tom Hendricks would be dead, maybe others too. If Samuel had found more victims, the cult would still be out there somewhere, continuing their killing. And if they had caught me before I reached your house? "Don't think about that," I said firmly. "You were brave enough to escape, smart enough to find help, and strong enough to see it through. That's what matters." Emily smiled, but I could see the sadness that never quite left her eyes. Surviving Samuel's cult had saved her life, but it had also cost her the innocence that most people her age took for granted. She would always carry the knowledge of what humans were capable of when they surrendered their moral compass to a charismatic leader. "Have you heard anything new about the investigation?" she asked. I shook my head. FBI thinks Samuel and his people are probably hiding out somewhere in Canada or Mexico by now. They had this planned out too well to get caught easily. The thought that Samuel was still out there, possibly rebuilding his cult and finding new victims, was a constant source of anxiety for both of us. But there was nothing more we could do except hope that law enforcement would eventually track him down. "I had another nightmare last night," Emily said quietly, "about the basement, about what would have happened if we'd been caught down there." "That's normal," I said, though I'd been having my own nightmares about the ritual chamber and the terrified man in the cage. "Maybe you should talk to someone. There are counselors who specialize in this kind of trauma." "Maybe," she said, but I could tell she wasn't ready for that step yet. Emily was strong, but she was also stubborn, convinced that she could work through her psychological wounds on her own. We sat in comfortable silence as the stars began to appear in the darkening sky. Three Forks spread out below us, peaceful and ordinary, showing no signs of the horror that had briefly taken root here. Children rode their bicycles through the streets, families gathered on their porches, and the warm glow of windows promised safety and normalcy. But I knew that beneath the surface, our community had been forever changed. We had learned that evil could wear a friendly face and speak in soothing words. We had discovered that the most dangerous predators were often those who promised salvation while delivering damnation. The experience had also taught us something else, though, that ordinary people could find extraordinary courage when it mattered most. Emily had risked everything to escape Samuel's control and warn others. I had set aside my natural caution to help a stranger in need. Together we had done what needed to be done, even when it meant facing our worst fears. "Ezra?" Emily said, breaking the silence. "Yeah? Thank you. For believing me, for helping me, for everything. Thank you for having the courage to knock on my door," I replied, "and for trusting me with the truth." She leaned against my shoulder, and we watched the lights of Three Forks twinkle in the gathering darkness. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, new mysteries, new opportunities to choose between comfort and courage. But tonight, we were safe, and we were together, and we had survived something that should have destroyed us. In the distance, I could see the dark outline of the ridge where the Henderson place sat empty and condemned. Soon it would be gone, reduced to rubble and memories, and something new would take its place. But I would never forget what had happened there, or the lesson it had taught me about the thin line between civilization and chaos. Life in Three Forks went on, as life always does, carrying its mixture of joy and sorrow, hope and fear, love and loss. But now it carried something else as well. The knowledge that when darkness threatened our community, we had found the strength to stand against it. And if it ever came again, we would be ready,